Yo! Sorry guys for the delay, I just went a little bit early so Darren's can go to bed. I had to quickly dash. Oof. The voice is feeling rough. Oh. Okay. I did get a pretty good night's sleep. I didn't shave my head. What the hell is ass 11? We're not enabling ass 11. This is some like Mela emote shit. That's not happening. Okay. We've got a busy day today, chat. We've got to do some random AFKing for 3 hours. Then it's tea time. After a quick break. Man, I am going to need a break as well. Oh, wow. Oh. Oof. Yeah, I'm not doing like a massive stream today, guys. I'll only do 10 hours. Honestly, maybe not even that. I'm going to be real. Maybe like 8 hours. Because I'm actually feeling rough. Oof. Oh dear. Oh. Guild Wars 3 sickness? Oh, it's just the... It's weird. I have to put in like effort to talk. You know how you normally can talk without kind of thinking about talking? I can't do that right now, you know? It's like, my voice feels tired. It's like, requires effort to speak. Oh. God damn. Oof. Yeah, we're going to talk a little bit less today, I think. Because I want to be able to talk properly for the podcast. Of course. Oh. Look, VIP General. Oh, I thought that this is a post by you, is it, Green? What will happen to the Wizards Vault between VOE and the next Guild Wars 2 expansion? And I think it will just be the same rotation, right? I don't think it'll be that different. Oh. 32 hours of work in 2 days. Yep. I'll actually check. Hold on. Let me see. So in the last 2 days, I have streamed. Yeah, I've streamed for 31 hours. 31 hours in 2 days. So that's quite a lot. That is quite a lot. So yeah, I'm not gonna go as crazy today, okay? Like we'll see how it goes. I think my voice will warm up a bit. You guys know how it is. But oh yeah, wow. Whew. It's hit me. It's hit me. This is the first time I've spoken. I've only spoken today, now. So I don't know what it feels like, and now I do, and oh boy, doesn't feel great. Ribble Splash, thanks for the Prime. I appreciate it. Vogue, oh yeah, Bands of Saber. I remember you were talking about those. For what it's worth, it is something that I have actually been trying to do. I have I haven't been perhaps quite as good as I should have been, but no, I have actually been thinking about trying to have a good posture when I'm talking and trying to not kind of clench my neck too much, I guess, and be a bit more relaxed. And, you know, for what it's worth, I have been doing I've been streaming a fair bit and I haven't had any issues, but it just turns out that, you know, 16 hours back to back of pretty high volume and talking a lot is pretty rough. People say they want housing in Guild Wars 3 day one. I say it's not worth their time and resources to drop it this early. Any thoughts? I would be inclined to, well, I don't know. We don't know what their, we don't know what their dev workflow looks like. So maybe it wouldn't be that bad to add housing. But I wouldn't be surprised if, yeah, that was like a feature that got added later. Because I think obviously when the expansion drops, it's going to be a very core experience. So combat, world, content. Something like housing is a little bit secondary to that, I'd say. My first thought opening the stream was, how cooked was the B? Well, let me tell you, pretty cooked. It's pretty fried, I'll tell you that. Adding housing, well, I don't think it's that ridiculous. Didn't New World have housing on launch? And it was actually pretty decent too. But I don't think it's mandatory. I think it's perfectly fine if it does show up a little bit later as well. Nothing wrong with that in my opinion. Yeah, Wildstar as well. But I think it's fine. It's fine if it's on launch, fine if it's later. Not a big deal. You'll need to train for Guild Wars 3 24-hour blasting. I think I'm just going to have to be very tactical about that. Look, it's going to have to be like those Diablo streams. Do you guys remember when Diablo 4 went live? I was actually like transfixed, guys. I was just watching these guys like play, like no joke, 20 hours a day, grinding the same shit over and over and over again. I think look, I'm not sure I could do that, guys. Maybe I could if I got into the game and I was really into it, but like, holy shit, it was brutal. It's fine. Guild Wars 3 won't be like that. A version of housing to be available as a new Hall of Monuments for Guild Wars 3. We're already thinking about Guild Wars 4. That's big. The century of Guild Wars emerges? Correct. Exactly, yeah. And to be honest, I feel like I think what we need to do, I might do this when I'm back from Canada, actually. Because I want to talk to a lot of people, right now. And not focus on like random memes and like solo content as much. But I really want to do look, this is what we need, after launch, right? Because obviously I'm pretty interested in Guild Wars 3, but I am obviously a little bit worried about, well, okay, will ArenaNet kind of make the same mistake as they have with Guild Wars 2, right? Like, will they, you know, end up not really having the best plan or like a good enough plan after launch? Like, that's my main concern. And look, I do want to really highlight community management. I really do, guys. Because don't get me wrong, I actually love stuff like the official Discord. There are devs speaking there. You've obviously got, you know, devs managing it like Bogotter and so on. I actually think, for what it's worth, the communication trend has been going up a lot. It has been improving a lot. So I will 100% give credit where it's due. But I just hope ArenaNet are ready for a player base that has, you know, millions of players in it. Like, Guild Wars 2 is a big game, but Guild Wars 3 is going to be much bigger, at least on launch, right? Like, it's going to be a lot bigger. So I really hope they're ready for that, and they have a plan on how they're going to communicate with the community, right? Manage the community, right? Like, handle moderation, because, oh boy, it's going to be an absolutely colossal launch. Like, thing is, that's just guaranteed at this point. Like, any new MMO is going to have like 1 million concurrents. That's a big number. I hope ArenaNet's ready. Haven't all, they do, yeah. Like, the best part is that everything's kind of like lining up as well. Like, it's lining up super well. Like, everything is coming together, guys, for ArenaNet, which I think is kind of nice. Oh, that's unfortunate that missed. I need to kill this guard. Oh, I was really hoping to interrupt that. It's a bit unfortunate. Oh, that's really not good. I'm gonna give myself the protection here. This is really bad. I need some space to, like, line of sight. That Signet of Stone. Oh, that's unblockable, isn't it? Yeah. Forgot about that. We're in big trouble here, to be honest. got fucked. Not mobile enough to catch up with this, to be honest. And I need line of sight to fight that. That's just not going to work. I actually played quite badly, though. I think I can win. But yeah, definitely not. It's a pretty rough matchup in open field, realistically. We'd be dropping content from Canada. Yes. Do you know what happened with Wolves of Match Rewards? I mean, it's in the game, isn't it? Literally in the game. You see, it's not a bit rough. I've just been talking a lot. Could you join the squad? Oh, I didn't even realize I was tagged. But I mean, you know, we can just like go and roam around. I actually need to, this is a slightly weird thing. I need to take a break in like 15 minutes anyway. I have to go and sort something. It's a bit of a weird day. There's not going to be a lot of content. I wonder what Blizzard will release on the same day for Guild Wars 3 releases. I actually think both studios will dodge each other, to be honest. I think it's actually been a little bit of a bad RNG, really. I don't think Blizzard Blizzard has been trying to snipe ArenaNet. It's just been a bit unlucky that they've released pretty close together. And I definitely think both studios will try to avoid each other for 3. I don't think it's in anyone's best interest, really, to... I don't think it's good for Blizzard or good for ArenaNet to release at the same time. Every chance they get? No, I don't think that's true at all, actually. The reality is these games have... Look, ArenaNet release a patch every 3 months, guys. I hate to say it, but it's really not that crazy that they release within a couple of weeks or a month, right? Like, it's really not. I know that we like to be a bit conspiratorial, but it's just not that much of a coincidence, to be completely honest with you. Oh shit. Oh god, Axe Thief. It's not a good time, guys. We don't like to see that. Oh. Got him. ArenaNet is way better at communication. Yeah, it's getting there. I wouldn't say, you know, we should rest on our laurels, but it's definitely getting there. I think that'll be weapon swap in Guild Wars 3. I mean, it's hard to say. It depends what you mean. Like, you know, I wouldn't necessarily assume that weapons will be tied to skills, for example. So it's hard to... Will there be some kind of system like that? It's possible, but depends if they go a different direction. It's too early to say. We don't know anything. Like, any kind of speculation now is meaningless. Is that bike a walk also? Nah, it's like a Gizmo in World vs. World. How soon do you expect more news about Guild Wars 3? They said weeks and months. Oh, shit. Some red gamers. Oh, I actually thought that wasn't going to connect. What's the difference in gameplay between 1 and 2? It's massive. Guild Wars 1 is a lot more kind of classic. It, like, almost like a deck builder game. More traditional kind of tab target old school. And Guild Wars 2 is more of like a hybrid tab target action game. What's Tuesday's update about? Guild Wars 3 news. It's more of a Q&A about like the future of the franchise. There might be a couple of little, you know, little morsels. You know, a couple of morsels in there as well. There might be. Do you think Guild Wars 3 will be based on the Mists? It won't be, I'm not sure it will be based, by the way. Thanks for the $10 over on YouTube, by the way. Super chat, thank you very much. But will it be based on the Mists? No, not necessarily. Like, obviously the Mists will be involved, right? Because it's Guild Wars, right? It's Tyria, that's part of the lore. But I think it's going to be very focused around the gods, right? And their interactions with the world of Tyria, which is obviously adjacent to the Mists, so it will be involved. But yeah, we're not in there. Talk about Guild Wars 2 Home. Yeah, that's going to be one of the key topics, I imagine, because that's what everyone wants to know about right now. A separate game? Yes, Guild Wars 3 is a separate game. Guild Wars 3 is not like an update to Guild Wars 2. It's its own game. That's correct. What is this YouTube comment here? Go easy, go west. Teapot is the best. Correct. That is actually accurate. Mr. Ramirez, oh, thank you very much, Kramer, by the way. I think it's been a little while, hasn't it? I assume Home 2 will be in the Mists. Mists sounds outside time. Yeah, the only way to connect them for sure, yeah. Yeah, 100% Nike. That makes a lot of sense. Guild Wars 3 will be a shared world style game like Destiny. What are your thoughts on that? It definitely, the way they talk about the game, it might be similar to that, but I wouldn't expect it to be like any other MMO. They'll definitely have their own spin on it. But yeah, it definitely sounds like it might be a pretty different approach to how you interact with other players. But I don't think that's actually bad. Again, like, look, I want to emphasize that we shouldn't be necessarily worried about that because I want something new, right? And that's their objective, is to make something new. It's not to, you know, kind of copy the same game over and over and over again. Don't entirely work normally time. Do you think Blish has a chance or is it unironically over? I mean, look, Blish is in eternal hell. That's all there is for Blish. What time is tea time? In 4 hours. A place like World vs. World in Guild Wars isn't completely different. It'll be completely different. My dad works at ArenaNet and says no World vs. World. Well, okay, Lilo War. So here's the thing. I'm going to have to train you guys, right? Peepos, pay attention. Listen up, okay? Pay attention. So, you don't want to be in the mindset of, is it going to have this thing from Guild Wars 2? It's very clear that ArenaNet are not thinking about developing the game that way. Like, they are pretty explicit about this. They are looking to make an entirely new experience. So the question, like, are they going to have World versus World? You need to be more precise with that conversation. It needs to be like, will there be some kind of non-structured PvP? And I really hope so. I know Colin likes PvP. So I would hope that there will be some kind of non-structured PvP, yes. But I also hope there is structured PvP as well. Will it be region control? That's another conversation entirely, right? I want a large-scale big PvP map with the objectives of just MacGuffins to encourage people to fight. Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah. But yeah, again, we really should just wait for details on this as well, because they are going to tell us. And also, look, there's also another important thing here as well that I want to bring up, and I feel like I have to get this in a video at some point. But gamers, the game is 2 years away from release, realistically, in my opinion. Like, it wouldn't surprise me to see it release up in 2028 around now. For example, they could do it on the anniversary, right? They could release the game on the anniversary in 2 years' time, so in August. And here's a fun fact. 2 years means they can add game modes, right? Like, they're still in a flexible state to an extent. They probably have some stuff fleshed out, especially when it comes to the story, right? And the PvE, but they might not have actually necessarily fleshed out like, oh, well, you know, what is PvP going to look like, right? Like, are we going to add some kind of world PvP as well? That might not be actually fixed yet. Like, they might be looking at feedback. They might be looking at what people are talking about. Like, oh yeah, maybe we should add this. Yeah, and that's actually a great point by Kat. Yeah, World versus World War. Look, this is crazy to say, but this is true, actually. World versus World, the rumors, right? And I think, you know, we can iron out the details here. But the rumors are, guys, that like 1 or 2 devs made World versus World in like over the summer and then fucking peaced out right after that. So like World versus World was very much a like, fuck it, let's put it in the game, right? Like towards late in development, right? It was not like early on in development that World versus World was in the mix. Now, of course, bear in mind, guys, that is the rumor. That is the legend. So, you know, take that with a grain of salt. Like, you know, that's... You guys know how it is with, like, you know, stories and legends within the games industry, but that's the rumor. Not make WoW content? I completely agree, looking. Yeah, I want something new. Look, you know, again, like, the way I said, in a way, I don't want to tell Colin what I want in Guild Wars 3. I want him to reveal to us what we wanted the entire time. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to go like, oh, wow, you know, it's got to have X, it's got to have Y, right? I want them to show us Z, right? Like, or you know, or Z if you're feeling that way, right? Like, I don't want something that I can necessarily conceptualize. I'm looking for a very different experience, a very new experience. Show us Mike Z. Yeah, maybe that. Yeah, we do. We should get Mike Z up here. Guild Wars 2 is in a few ways unique, and Guild Wars 3 may not have these unique things. I think Guild Wars 3 will be very different to basically everything, which is very based. Extra Messy 28, thanks for the prime. Extra edgy meme bet, DYB. Well, also, by the way, guys, shout out to Awesomeness. Awesomeness went live in Guild Wars 2 doing raid quick play, and his stream title was DYB. Which is it's a very powerful stream title. He also, he also won big? Wait, did he gamble? How brutal was it? How do you feel about horizontal progression? It seems to put off a lot of WoW players and trying Guild Wars 2. How do you think Guild Wars 3 should handle it? I think it puts off a lot of MMO players in general. Like the reality is that vertical progression is actually what people prefer in general. Like we're the weirdos in Guild Wars 3. It's definitely important to have that context. Like, I think, honestly, the way you can fix it is by making the progression a bit slower. So, here's a thing. Old school RuneScape is basically a horizontal game, but it's also very vertical at the same time. Because I think, look, I think the key thing about horizontal progression isn't so much that it isn't vertical, it's just that the finish line doesn't move. And well, that's why sailing was a bit controversial for that reason, right? Because of course sailing did kind of move the finish line in a way, for basically the first time ever. Now, obviously they add more items, right? Like they add more items, and, you know, loot and quests to do and stuff and bosses to fight. But, you know, in a weird way, OSRS is actually a very horizontal game. And I actually think that that might be the way to go. So have a long progression so that people can enjoy that progression experience, but don't reset it, because vertical progression, guys, is kind of synonymous with seasonality, and that's mostly because of WoW, really. But you don't have to do it that way. Like, as long as it takes like a long time to get your gear, it's fine. But the question is, do they want to go that way? I don't even know. It's weird. Like, will they want a fast progression curve, slow progression curve? I don't know, to be honest. I think I actually really want to think about that question a lot, because, okay, here's the thing, guys. I actually feel, full disclosure, I feel quite unqualified to talk about this topic because I actually don't care. Like, if ArenaNet release a vertical game, I'm going to play it anyway. If they release a horizontal game, I don't care. It just doesn't really... The progression system doesn't matter that much to me. Like, you know, I really like Retail WoW, for example. That game is very vertical, right? Like, you know, you basically grind gear every season, but I really like the game, even though it's not my personal preference to have verticality to the game, right? And I like Guild Wars 2, even though items in this game are kind of boring, right? And it's just like, you know, 45 power, 32 precision, whatever, right? Like, it's just numbers. But also, you know, I really like classic WoW, where you have like weird itemization as well, right? Like, that's really fun. I really liked SOD with all of the weird items they added, and I like vanilla WoW because the itemization in that game is kind of weird sometimes, and there's loads of like very exciting items that you can find all over the place, and including during the leveling process. So like, I don't really have, I like all of them. I recognize that they have their downsides, they have their pros and their cons, but it's just not something that it's not going to be a deal breaker for me either way. As long as, yeah, exactly. As long as it has good content, we're fine. Like, if the content's good, we're good. It'll be legendary similar to Guild Wars 2? You're asking me, will there be some kind of long-term progression? The answer is yes. I want skill expression in combat and ability choice. Like, I mean... Both Guild Wars 1 and 2 have those, so yeah, like, it's ArenaNet. It will be there in 3. That grind set for the announcement. Yeah, I mean, I did get a good night's sleep, but my voice hasn't really recovered. It's a bit rough. Do you ever brush your hair? Is it being messy part of your brand? I guess you could put it that way, yeah. I just kind of rock up. Should I prioritize going through the content in order to get the sky scale? If you want the sky scale, then yeah. But there's no rush. If you want to just go and unlock it, just play Soto. Like, Soto unlocks it very quick. How often are you finding PvP in World vs. World? It's pretty much constant, honestly. Obviously it's early in the day, so it's less active, but you know, you'll find some. I think people are on, there aren't that many people on these ones right now. It looks like everyone's on Eternal Battlegrounds currently. Oh, it looks like there's some people attacking this keep. How on earth did build crafting in the original Guild Wars become so successful? What was behind it? Could that come back in Guild Wars 3? That freedom, play, creativity, the video, it was amazing. Well, I mean, to be honest, it's just that the game lets you do like really OP stuff, to be honest. And there's like very powerful specific effects. Guild Wars 2 is a little bit less that way. And funnily enough, actually, I feel like it's actually because Guild Wars... It's because Guild Wars 2 is more PvE oriented. Oh, what is this? So, you can't have, like... You can't have something like 55 HP Monk or ST Ritualist or Shadow Form. Like, if you want to have, like, PvE that, like, makes sense. Like, that you just can't have that. That's why they had to get rid of Distort Share, right? Distort Share had to go, like, for that reason. Oh, need to use stability or we're going to get pulled. He's already used renewed. This guy's just dead, I think. Yeah. They're removing crazy boons because they gave you tools that hard counter your opponent, so it was a bit rock paper scissors. Gives it a more jackable trades maybe. There's much specific build kind of play. Yeah, exactly, and I think that was kind of intentional. But yeah, that's also a very good point. Yeah, like Guild Wars 1's combat is like very it's a bit like a card game, isn't it? Right? Like that's what it often gets compared to, right? It's like a deck builder. Guild Wars 2 is not really like that. You're a bit more versatile. Guild Wars 1 was meant to be PvP only. The PvP was supposed to be the main end game. That did shift quite a bit, to be honest. But that was like the original idea, yeah. And honestly, kind of Guild Wars 2 as well. Funny meme. What races are confirmed? I would say Human, Azura, and Coden are pretty soft confirmed at this point. Do you think Guild Wars 2 will die when Guild Wars 3 is out? No, definitely not. It might like diminish a little bit, but honestly, it might not as well. It might just keep chugging on. Again, it's kind of the whole thing. Like, no, honestly, I actually think if they do it right, Guild Wars 2 will be pretty unaffected by 3. The reason I'm saying that is because I don't think Classic WoW is very affected by retail. If anything, they actually bolster each other. Like Classic and as much as like, you know, Classic Andes like to shit on retail, Classic massively benefits from retail and retail definitely benefits from Classic as well. So no, I would say that if anything, it will be mutually beneficial, assuming they don't fuck it up. Like if they fuck it up, then obviously that's another thing entirely, but assuming that they do it right. They're on the same sub? No, and well, yeah, that's a really big reason why that benefits. Because now the value proposition for the WoW sub is kind of crazy, actually. Like, you're getting multiple games for the same price. You're getting Classic, baked it basically for free when you play retail. And you're also getting stuff like Hardcore. You're getting Season of Discovery, right, being thrown into the mix there as well. You're getting Burning Crusade. You're getting Vanilla. But here's the thing. Like, that also means that people who say, oh, I'm a little bit bored of retail, but I'm not going to unsub because I'm going to go play Classic, right? Or I'm going to go try Hardcore or Season of Discovery or fucking Plunderstorm, right? Or whatever. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, it's like the games really benefit each other. Like, they big time benefit each other. Because, like, staying in that ecosystem becomes more attractive and, you know, you're bored with one, you just go to try the other, right? Whatever, or do whatever they're doing. Hop back, yeah. And again, if they're smart, this is what will happen. Guild Wars 3 drops next pack. Guild Wars 2 drops next pack, let's say 3 or 4 months later, and then Guild Wars 1 drops next pack, and you just cycle around like that. Like, that is the dream, is you have all 3 of the games cycling their content patches. Which, again, is basically what Blizzard do with WoW. So, big win. GG is doing that with PoE and PoE 2. Yeah, I'll tell you what. Look, if ArenaNet should subscribe to Chris Wilson on YouTube as well. Like, honestly, all game devs should subscribe to Chris Wilson on YouTube. The guy has a massive brain. Card fix? Yep, we're sorted. And it feels good. You want the timer? I'll put a timer at some point. Not today though. I'm too tired, guys. I'm too tired for the timer, okay? Monthly sub. There'll definitely not be a monthly sub for 3. It is not happening. Sleep didn't fix you. I mean, I feel good. Like, I feel a lot less tired than I was yesterday, but I feel pretty rough. Like, physically, I'm in trouble here. You know, my voice is a bit rough. I'll be good, though. I need to do a shorter stream today, and then we can go back to doing some bigger ones. Although, to be honest, I probably won't go super insane, guys, because I am flying to Canada this coming Thursday, and that's going to be brutal, I'm going to be honest. It's going to be like a 3-hour drive into obviously chilling at the airport for a bit, into flying for 8 hours. It's like, bro, like, I don't want to... It's just not going to be great, guys, okay? It's going to be a bit rough. It is what it is. What are the chances Vlox causes time get straight up prequel? I think they could connect the events for sure. But I think that's actually a little bit less likely now because they've said that they're... Look, if they said we're going to be winding down Guild Wars 2 quite a bit more and there's not going to be another expansion, then yeah, I could see them having Vlox do a thingy and actually changing stuff in a way that connects to Guild Wars 3. But because they've confirmed that there will be more expansions after Guild Wars 3's release, I think that just wouldn't... That would just be some goofball shit. You'll be sitting most of the time? Yeah, but I mean... I don't want to be just miserable the entire time. Or any more than I need to be. I think there's nothing worse than, like, being fucking, like, basically dead on your feet while trying to, like, navigate airports and shit. When they release achievements, transfer over from 3 to 2. Honestly, great idea. That's, well, not necessarily from 3 to 2, but from 2 to 3 later this year. They will ignore the Brazilian-Portuguese translation for the 3rd time. Ignoring the 3rd biggest game market is kind of disrespectful. I mean, I can't speak to ArenaNet's intentions on that, but Guild Wars 3 is going to be a big game, so I wouldn't be surprised if they have pretty wide localization. And to be honest, by the way, this is a great time to actually bring that up. Like, when there is, like, official discussion places for Guild Wars 3, I would really encourage, you know, Brazilian Portuguese players to make your voice heard, right? Like, they're going to be open to that feedback. They're going to be like listening to what players want and, you know, polishing up the game. So yeah, definitely make your feedback heard in that regard. Yeah, same thing with Oceanic server. Well, to be fair, I actually think it's pretty likely. Because Guild Wars 3 is going to be a pretty big game, I would probably expect you know, like South American server, for example, and Oceanic server to be a thing. It really is. It is difficult to do that though, because obviously, like, the populations there are a bit lower, so it's a bit of a risk. Like, you have to kind of hope that it you know, it has like a high enough population, but I don't know. We'll see. Embrace the Trinity? Probably not. And it's empty? Yeah, that's the issue, right? And the problem is, right, is that it's a weird meme. Like, players from those that region will go, oh, okay, well, nobody plays on this server, so I'm going to play on NA. But do you see the problem there? It's like, in a way, it's a bit self-fulfilling. And obviously, people want to be on an active server anyway, so the fact that that server won't be as active will make people kind of say, fuck it, I'll just eat the ping and play on like a more active server. So it's very difficult to maintain that. Guy's a sneaky gamer. There's more value in making sure the game remains playable and higher ping. I mean, that might be a little bit rough with action games, to be honest. I don't know how that it might be a bit cancer, but who knows. What do you think the actual scale? Maybe we just go to all world guilds one star with an entire continent. Yeah, but the thing is that, spoiler alert, the actual place in lore is way bigger. We only see like a, you know, like a representation of that, you know, that part of the world, right? You don't see the entire thing. It will be big. When tea time? Tea time is in 3.5 hours. Was the prophecy fulfilled? Wait, in what way? Did you raid Darren's? Yes. Yes, SNEB. We completed Cabal operations. I'm saying this live. Do not clip this. The Cabal is real. I am going to be inviting all of you guys into Project 3 when I'm back from Canada. Project 3 is coming. Project Fungo is dead. Project 3 is in. Wait, who's on tea time? It's LARA, SNEB, and DEROIR actually is back. Oh, wait, what if we actually called it Project DYB? That might actually be good. Yeah, well, dude, you beat me too. I was like, yeah, DYB is 3 letters. I said you were actually Guild Wars 3 Legend. Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed it. It was a fun video. It was a fun video to make. Yeah, I will try to do tea time every week. Somebody accusing you of viewboarding. Well, I mean, I get it, I guess. They're a bit confused. Maybe they aren't aware of like how drops look. I mean, drops do look a bit sus, right? So, I mean, I get it. But Caitlin, I didn't because I went straight to bed after last night. But yeah, I'll definitely reach out. For sure, because I know like Annie is into Guild Wars 2. Playing through, I think, Living World Season 3 right now, actually. So, yeah, that will be fun, for sure. What you been on Guild Wars 3? Positive. Did Guild Wars 2 receive any graphical updates? Actually, yeah, it's just like Shadows rework and a couple of things. And I think they are also, they are planning on doing like more stuff as well, like down the line. Oh, we don't want to actually get isolated here. On a block. This could actually be a bit scary. I got the fear. There we go. Annie on T-Time? Yeah, I would definitely love to, obviously, yeah. We'll see if I can make that happen. Do you see WB is releasing an ArenaNet dev and team? I think it's with the SCW, right? I think. Fungo is dead. That's so sad. No, it's not. I'm just memeing. But in fact, Project Fungo is going to be infallible once I'm back from Canada. I struggle with farming heart quests for the spear. What's the fastest way? Unironically, do rifts. Rifts gives you the little tokens that you can use just to insta complete the hearts. So whenever you're there to do the meta event or something, just rift. And there's like a, I think is it a daily achievement or a weekly achievement? I can't remember, but there's like, it's one or the other, and you can just rift and get the tokens. Do you have any idea what happened on stream after you left? No, I was in bed immediately. I was asleep within like 5 minutes. Now I'm going for Fungus Raid. Can you or SNEB write me a note excuse to get to Planets? Getting high school flashbacks here? No. Planets will punish you. Revenant is a worse healer than Warrior with Paragon existing. Thoughts on that? Yeah, that's crazy, actually. That actually is wild. Annie and Lara are supposed to have a chat yesterday, but Lara booked her sleep schedule, so it didn't happen. Well. Exposed. Return of Hardstuck? Yes. That will be a part of Project 3. You're looking for sleep? I actually can't. I actually struggle with sleep a lot. I find it quite difficult to sleep. But when I'm absolutely obliterated, I can. It's interesting. It's not a problem I've noticed throughout my life because a lot of the time I've just been completely blitzed, so I fall asleep immediately. But yeah, when I'm not insanely tired, I struggle to, I kind of struggle to turn off the thinking, right? I'm always like, okay, right, well, I'm thinking about stuff that I want to do, right, and tasks that I need to complete, so it's difficult to kind of switch it off. SNEB had a big role in a game called Azuric, Rise of Parathia. We did a playthrough, and that was really cool. Oh, shit. All kinds of cool. That's big, actually. That is big. My kids at show and tell for the stream. That is content. I'm going to have to check that out. Steam Bills. I haven't tried it, but I have considered it. It's one of those things that, well, to be honest, in general, I'm good as long as I get good exercise in, I'm fine. Like, so if I'm properly tired, you know, I get a good day's work in, good workout at the gym, good, you know, get my steps in, get a run in, I'm honestly fine. Like, if I slack, that's when I have difficulty. Oh, he has an interview. That's actually hype. Mike Z interview is big. Dude, get me in. Like, I want an interview. Surely I can interview Colin. Surely. Colin will leak Guild Wars 3 to me. Feels good. What's this? The Cabal will be in the know. The Cabal will be in the know, yes. Wait, are these guys 1v1ing or what? I don't even know. This guy actually died. To finish killing him though. Oh wow. Wait, what is this? Wait. This guy was like chilling here and he went over to jump on this guy. Wait, who is this player? Apparently doesn't have many fans. Unlucky. Deserved if it's Rome? Well, I don't know who that is. I mean, that's the guild tag, right? But like, who's in the guild? I don't know who's in the guild. Even Yak is desynced, man. Darren said you're his boy, he's loyal, who'd never betray you. Yeah, because he's in the Cabal, obviously. I'm the godfather of Guild Wars 2. Kiss the ring. Switching sleep schedule. Now I wake up at 4 to 5 and go to sleep at 10. Yeah, that's, I am working on that. And to be honest, I've actually been doing a pretty good job of it. Over the last 12 months, you know, last year, I have been actually having a pretty good job of a sleep schedule. Big part of it was actually just trying to, like, train again properly. Commander Force with the Prime. This is the Century of Guild Wars. Correct. Shout out to YouTube, by the way, guys. Guild Wars 3 must mean so much to you, career longevity wise. I mean, yeah, like it will easily be a new height for my career for sure in terms of streaming. There is no question about that. I'll have to check out the VOD snap. That does sound like content. You also beat Lara in adjusting sleep. Mostly because you finally accepted defeat on the hard reset. I mean, this is not remarkable at all. You guys are probably thinking, ah, yes, he's just like me. Like, if I have a reason to get up, I will be up within 5 fucking minutes, 2 hours sleep, no issue. But if I don't have a good reason, it's hard to do. Oh, is this a player over here? Boom. You're putting Guild Wars on the back burner for WoW. Has that changed now? I'm just going to play both. But yeah, that will probably change a little bit. I'll probably end up playing Guild Wars. Look, you know, here's some context, guys. Over the last couple of years, I think my playtime, like daily playtime in Guild Wars 2, has gone down by 80% or more. I don't think people realize how much I used to play this game. I used to play this game for like upwards of 6 hours a day. Like, unironically. Honestly, more. Probably more than that, actually. Like, probably closer to 8. I play this game a lot. Right? And, yeah. Like, pretty well known. I haven't been feeling it the last couple of years. I've been very public about how I've been feeling. And yeah, I've been moving to WoW, right? And my Guild Wars playtime has probably gone down like 80%. Yeah, LARA we did, yeah. But I will say Guild Wars 3 does have me pretty engaged. Can you explain the movement? Does the game not have strafing? Just press W. 100% or move half. It does have strafing, but it has something called About Face that really helps you. I wish they had this in WoW. I actually really want this in WoW. Basically, there's a keybind in this game that turns your character around. So basically, it is very easy to avoid slowing down in this game. A little bit more so than in WoW, actually. Like, it's in WoW, it's a little bit more cumbersome. You still want to do it, right? Like, you know, in WoW, you often do this, basically. Like, you try to be running forwards, right? As much as you can, and you obviously avoid backpedaling unless you need to, for whatever reason. As a melee, it's less of an issue. Obviously, in WoW, like, backpedaling's kind of fine as a melee a lot of the time, but you get the idea. But in this game, it's just easier to do. Because you have the About Face key, which makes it quite a bit easier to avoid slowing down for any reason, pretty much. Dude, Conduit is so brutal, man. Such a brutal build. No, so do you know what a backpedal? It's more common than you think, actually, especially in PvE. In PvE, backpedaling isn't a huge deal. And there are a lot of abilities that require you to face your target. Really good example of this is actually Focus 5, like Spinal Shivers. You're going to backpedal away from someone while spinaling them, for example. Dagger is also like this too on Necromancer. There's a couple of weapons that are like this. It's more common than you think. But yeah, broadly speaking, yeah, you want to avoid it, like, unless you need to. Around what time will TEATIME be today? It's in about 3 hours. Return to Guild Wars, yeah. Like, it's very exciting. I also just really like what they're doing with Guild Wars 2, to be honest. I love the fact that they're fixing the game. Like, one of the things that does bother me is that why is there so much broken shit in Guild Wars 2? And I admit that, like, it does disengage me. Look, when I report a bug, right? When I report a bug, about a raid boss, Keeler, and it isn't fixed, like, how long has it been? Right, since then? Yeah, like, I will be completely honest, guys. It does demotivate me to play the game. Like, it does, I'm sorry. It's just like, I don't want to deal with this shit. Like, this is annoying. It's one of the reasons why I don't play HTCM. Like, I don't want to deal with HTCM bugs. It's just, it's annoying. I don't like it. So yeah, I am really happy. Well, I love what they're doing. Their plan. Like, their plan is amazing. Yeah, New World vs. Borderland is also mega hype too. I get demotivated by not having expat content for 3 years. That's fair. I don't think it's at least 3 years though. I think it will be, they'll probably have an expansion relatively soon after the launch of Guild Wars 3 if I had to guess. But that is also fair. I don't think, I wouldn't fight you on that position. Any tips for a beginner? Spent an hour, got bored of the quests. I like the dungeon aspect of the game. World bosses, the NPC interaction stuff bores me. Well, just play that then, to be honest. If you've got a level 80 boost, honestly, just send it and then go fight world bosses and have a good time. New Borderland? Yes. Later this year, it's going to start being developed. The amount of bugs is crazy. Yeah, it can be quite frustrating. There's a lot of tech debt in Guild Wars 2, and they're taking basically a year to address all of that, like piece by piece. They're going to go through the entire game, fix issues, update the game, bring it up to kind of modern design standards for all content, right? Which is really exciting. How do I get a level 80 boost? If you've bought the game, you have one. It's going to be showing like here. If you haven't bought the game, you don't have one, and you'll have to level manually or buy the game and then do it. Will you be working on Hardstuck anymore? Yes, I will be. Like Hardstuck and that entire thing. It's one of the things I've really regretted not doing until really late in the day. Honestly, when I started Hardstuck, it was too late in Guild Wars 2. I don't regret it in the sense that, oh man, it wasn't a good project. It was actually really good, and I actually really love that project, to be honest. I have a really big soft spot for it. Like I will, that's why I haven't just like deleted it or anything like that. I actually like it a lot. There's some really cool stuff. We've done some really good stuff on our GitHub is fire, guys, okay? We've got some fucking good projects on that. But never mind that. Yes, it will be a part of Project 3. And we are going to be hitting the ground running like day 0 in 3. If it is possible to run tournaments, I will do it immediately, like within the first month of launch. I don't know what that would look like yet, obviously, but I'm happy to commit now that I will say if it makes sense in any way, it will be done. So robots, thanks for the wave. Welcome. Will you change up the name in Guild Wars 3 instead of Motor? Yes. Look, I'm live. That's the Prime. Are they dropping your main from today? Probably not today. Maybe tomorrow. It's uncertain. There was some wording that kind of implied there would be a post about the setting before the Q&A on Tuesday, but that it could have just been like a turn of phrase, right? That just went that way. GW, thanks for the Prime. Ooh, guys. Whoa, guys, this is so crazy. There is a treasure train approaching. And that means if you get to a level 2 hype train, 35% off gifted subs. Wow. That's crazy. Thought that was a post. Nah, they mentioned something more than that in the studio update. You get a prize. Yes, and the prize is it's easier to give me money. Feels good, man. Do I have to get the starter pack thing? No. If you want to, why did they add that starter pack? If you want to, your first purchase for Guild Wars 2, in my opinion, the way to go is buy Heart of Thorns and Path of Fire. That's like it's an inexpensive bundle, especially now because it's on sale. You get mega content, some of the best content in the game. Yeah, the starter pack is like, I don't know why they added that. I don't know. Like, that was, it's not good. What is the starter pack? They added this really weird way of buying the game. That means, wait, how much is it? It's 20 euros, $20. And it gives you the Raptor and the core game. It makes you not free to play. but it basically costs the same, if not less, than just buying HOT and Path of Fire. So it's like, why would you ever buy that, right? Like, you know, why would you do that? It's a blunder, to be honest. It's a marketing fuck up by ArenaNet, in my opinion. I don't know what they were thinking. Do I get the level 80 boost if I buy HT and Path of Fire? You do, yeah. I've skipped all the main story expansion visions. Yeah, that's completely legitimate. That is fine. Beta tours. I mean, I would love to do a beta tournament actually, but again, I just hope that there is like some kind of game mode that makes sense to play competitively. Like, oh, yeah, it's gonna be content. Quick reminder, guys. The game is on sale right now. Buy the game using my referral link. It is time. I don't like mounts being in the trailer. I think the introduction of mounts in Guild Wars 2 made the world feel smaller. I think you're right. And in Guild Wars 2, I definitely agree with you. However, what I would say is that it is a little bit different because they're going to be designing the game from scratch with that in mind now, with, you know, from the combat system up. So they can make mounts, I think, less oppressive to the world design. Maybe, hopefully, surely. Right, wait, when is Plunger lead? What BL are we going? Where is the king? Yeah, I do not want flying mounts. Like, flying mounts would be, that's why I'm a little bit like, I'm not happy with that. But regular mounts, I can deal with that. We can work with that. Exactly, yeah, we have climbing. We do not need flying mounts. Do you even sleep? I mean, look, I got a little bit of a sleep. Stop typing DYB, Magrest. Lara, are you familiar with the DYB emote? Also, good morning. And did I even sleep? I mean, I actually got a good amount. I think I got 7 hours sleep today. I think that's pretty good. As you can tell, my voice is a bit rough. I'm going to need you guys to talk a lot on tea time. Also, Lara, I have very good news. I can confirm that the Cabal is real. I raided SNEB, SNEB raided Darren's, and then Darren's raided me. Oh, and you raided me. So yeah, you're in the Cabal. You are in the Cabal. We have engaged in Cabal operations. Absolutely beautiful. It's like the human centipede of viewers. I'm gonna use this time before Plenix sets up to manage my inventory. Lara's the Cabal leader. That is true, actually, by the way. I'm just like I'm the front, okay? I'm the decoy. Everyone thinks that I'm the Cabal leader, but it's actually Lara. Actually, no better, it's Emmy. Emmy is actually the Cabal leader. Nobody would suspect Emmy. Yeah, the inventory isn't great. I do admit that. I have a lot of magnetite, huh? Pretty good. It's because I raid. If you raid, it's horrible. Wait, can you not sell mini Keeler for shards? Is that not a thing? I don't see it. I guess I'll just unlock it. Okay, now we gotta sell stuff. DYB! Guru is logged. Good. Guys, this is actually massive. Guild Wars 3 is so big, Guru has logged into the game. Or like, you know, one of the players who left during the nuke arc, like, is back. That's pretty insane. 4-month sell orders here. That's good.
Oh, traveler.
That's a pretty serious endorsement of the communication from ArenaNet. Oh, Griffin mounts is a thing because I would love to soar over all of war. I mean, I kind of hope that it isn't. I think flying mounts, I hate to say it, are a bit of a bridge too far. Maybe you can get away with like a gliding style mount. But to be honest, look, it would be such a shame if like you have flying mounts that kind of intrude on the design space of all of like the wall climbing and parkour. So we'll see. What the hell is this? Okay. I mean, this is like mostly fixed. I have some like random build template extensions here. I have some real crap in here, don't I? Skyscale at least cannot exist. It is bad. Skyscale bad. I suppose I'd better preserve this ascended gear. I really should sit down and gear some characters sometime. That'll do. Where is the king? Mirror of Lissa. We're teaming up to play so you can teach me our raid for 3. Ah, awesome. That's exciting. Very good. I think that's going to be a big story for a lot of players. I think you're going to have a lot of fun. Let me see. How is Guild Wars 2? Ooh. Guild Wars 2 on Steam. Looking good. 6.8K. Make an action concept that doesn't feel clunky with movement like BDO to its movement looks. Big design challenge. I mean, I don't know. I think they'll cook. Be fine. Ah, bro, I'm tired as fuck. Let's see. So I've been live for an hour and 42 minutes. I'm kind of getting into it now, though. My voice is warming up a little bit. Maybe I go 15 billion hour stream. Maybe we do the Cabal. When is tea time? I need content. 3 hours. An 8-hour stream? That's hype. We are so back. This, by the way, is Never Daha, Taylor Swift's #1 fan. When we had song requests on, it was permanent Taylor Swift list. It was the actual Never. The Never list was the Taylor Swift list. Comedy there with the Prime. I miss Gachi. Well, I mean, look, you can have both. You can have Taylor Swift Gachi. How do you lock the camera? You need a setting called free camera enabled here. And then what you do is you left click and then you hit about face and this happens. It's important to know what about face actually does, by the way. A lot of people think that about face turns your character. That's not the case. Right now I'm hammering about face. About face does something very, very specific. It turns your character into the camera like this. So it's a slight misnomer with how it's actually written. Oh, is the IGN interview out? Because I saw, I actually knew this was coming. Someone was there watching Colin get interviewed by IGN and took a picture of Colin being interviewed and then sent it to me. Yo, DAOC, are you excited for Guild Wars 3, Fast Car? Why do you think it isn't available on Xbox? I mean, I'm not a console expert. When people said that, some of the people who do know about consoles just said Xbox Omega lol, right? So the O in Xbox replaced by Omega lol, so I assume that console is just like, I don't know, less popular. I don't know though. I'm not a console Andy. Oh, the interview is actually out. What we got?
It has been a long time coming, but we now know that it's really real. Guild Wars 3 was just revealed, the next MMORPG from ArenaNet, and here to talk with us as much as we can about it is studio head Colin Johansson. How you doing, sir?
I'm great, thank you. It has been an incredible last couple of days.
Yeah, make some noise, Guild Wars 3!
Thanks, everybody. Oh.
Yeah, this was on IGN. Let's take a, I mean, look, I'm not going to show the video, guys. We'll listen to it like a little bit of a podcast. I will definitely, I'm going to link it first as well. I don't want to like, you know, I think it's a little bit meme to leech IGN this hard, but I do want to know what I do want to know what he says.
So to kick things off, just can you give us a top-level overview? What are some of the big new ideas driving Guild Wars 3?
Oh, hold on.
Yeah, you know, we've announced that we're going to go into beta at the end of next year, and so we've got a lot of time between now and then that we're going to reveal most of the big ideas behind the game and kind of work our way through that.
Oh, they don't want to say they don't want to say it right now. Okay.
The two things so far that we've set out as core pillars for the game that we've announced, one of them is joy of movement. I think one of the things that the Guild Wars franchise is known for, coming out of Guild Wars 2
why did they bring that phrase back?
Is offering this really spectacular form of movement in an MMO experience. And we're really trying to push that even further with Guild Wars 3 and asking the question, can we take some of the elements that you would traditionally find in action games and bring those into multiplayer MMO experiences to create incredible new forms of joy of movement? And a lot of that is powered by momentum, which is a thing you don't see in MMOs. And so a lot of the movement in Guild Wars 3, your momentum transfers between all of the different things you do, which allows you to really express joy of movement in a unique way in an MMO.
He said it like 3
and
times.
Then the other one that we've talked just a tiny bit about, and I'm going to leave it at that today, is our combat system. And I think that MMOs often are viewed as very specific types of combat, and we really wanted to look at, especially with this game now coming to both console for the first time, and trying to create a new era of MMOs, we really wanted to ask, how could we take some of the elements that you would find in action multiplayer combat games, or even just action RPGs, and bring those into the MMO space and extend them? And so our combat system is really something very unique that extends out on some of those ideas as well. That's as much as I'm going to say right now.
So what that sounds like to me, guys, is that it's going to be like you can like jump off a wall and like smash someone and you'll do more damage. It means you'll be able to kind of like swing your weapon like while running along a wall. And it probably means stuff like if you have the high ground and you like shoot someone, it's gonna do more damage, right? That kind of thing.
A little bit of a tease. So we got the trailer kind of looping here. Can you walk us through what we're seeing in the trailer and what were some of the things that you wanted to convey with this trailer?
Yeah, so one of the big things that you'll see there is we're depicting the land of Or, which is an incredible historical place in the history of Guild Wars. The very first Guild Wars took place there. The gods that originated in our world We've told many stories in our lore about them existing in ore and then disappearing and leaving the world. And we're setting this game 1,200 years before Guild Wars 1, just before the first Guild War breaks out, just after one of the gods has been deposed. And we see this as a really incredible opportunity.
Wait, say that again?
And we're took place there. The gods that originated in our world, we've told many stories in our lore about them existing in ore and then disappearing and leaving the world. And we're setting this game 1,200 years before Guild Wars 1, just before the first Guild War breaks out, just after one of the gods has been deposed.
Oh, okay. So, wait, lore nerds, is that Doom or Abaddon? It has to be Abaddon then. No, it has to be Doom. Abaddon, isn't Abaddon still around? Yeah, so Doom. So Abaddon will still be around. Doom, is it wrong that I'm actually a little bit disappointed in that, guys? Am I crazy? Imagine seeing Doom just being around. But okay, I get it. All right. We do still get Abaddon though, but it would have been good to have Doom.
We see this as a really incredible opportunity to go back to a place in our world that there isn't a lot of written history about, but what there is incredibly interesting. And there are a huge amount of the mysteries and the stories behind the entire concept of Guild Wars all originate from this timeline. The other reason that we picked it is we think all of those reasons are awesome for our existing fans and a reason for them to engage. But we're inviting an entire new audience to join this game and to join the Guild Wars franchise for the first time. We're inviting players on PlayStation to...
Well, what I'm saying, guys, is wouldn't it be epic if the first raid is you face Doom? Guys, first raid in Guild Wars 3, you fight alongside Grenth to depose the Omega Death. That's one of the aliases, guys. The Omega Death.
Come join us and play, and console gamers have never been able to play a Guild Wars game before. We didn't ship Guild Wars 2 on Steam until 10 years after launch. We're going to ship Guild Wars 3 on Steam on day one when we launch this time. And we really wanted to send a message out to everyone that this is a game for everyone to come play Guild Wars right now.
Yep.
And you don't have to have played 20 years of this franchise to understand what's going on.
Prequel does make sense for that, by the way.
Going on in Guild Wars 3. Everybody is coming in on relative equal footing.
Yeah.
There is just a small amount of recorded history about this timeline, and so all of our new players and all of our existing fans all get to discover the lore and the timeline and the stories all together. And because there's very little that's actually recorded, even though it is set 1,000 plus years in the past, there's an incredible amount of stuff for people to discover and find out and mysteries to unravel that we think is going to be compelling for everybody. And so you're seeing some little pieces here of ore and some of the spirits that live in ore, the gods that live in ore, and those are just some little teases for more stories to come later.
All right.
Okay.
So you guys are announcing an open beta in 2027.
Oh wait, open beta. So, okay, that's interesting. It's a confirmed open beta, not a closed beta. To be fair, that is to be expected. But that means that we're all in, I'm assuming. I think there was a bit of a question about that, but yeah, so it's confirmed open beta.
I know that's a long ways off, but are there...
Well, let's see if that's confirmed. That might have been a misspeak.
Any details you can share about your approach to the gameplay this time around in anticipation for that open beta?
I appreciate that. I think I'll take that a little more high level and say one of the really unique things about ArenaNet is we have a very unique approach to making new games. And at most studios, when they start making a new game, they think about what is the gameplay that we want to have, what's the story we want to tell, what technology or cool feature do we want to base this game on. And especially in the case when you're making like part 2 or part 3 of a series, oftentimes the question is, what are all the things we're going to carry forward, and then the new feature we'll add to make it cool. And ArenaNet has never viewed making games that way. We start with player problems, and we make MMORPGs, so we start by asking, what are all the player problems and frustrations in the genre at this time? And back when we were making Guild Wars 1, one of the...
Man, why don't you tell us what those are, Colin? I'd actually really want to know what they think that is.
The big ones was that every online game had a subscription fee. So we set out to make a game that would have no subscription fees, that anyone could play as much or as little as they want, and they could always play with their friends. When we set out to make Guild Wars 2, we wanted to make a giant open world MMO, the scale of all these other games that were out at the time, and solve for the problems that existed in those types of games. And so we made a world where players don't get put in conflict with one another, where it's easy to play with other players, and other players actually make the game more fun. And starting with those player problems as our core means every one of our games is very, very different. They take place in Tyria, they draw from the same like core lore, but they're on different timelines and they're very different game experiences because they solve for different problems in the era of game that we're making it in. And we feel like right now, the genre that we make our game in the MMO genre, and we've consistently heard this from all of you too.
They're not showing any, guys, they're not showing any video. It's just two guys talking to each other. We don't need to see the video. It's just an interview.
That you feel like this genre is ready for something new, that it is stagnated, that we've all been playing the same games for the most part for over a decade. And
He's right.
I think this is when ArenaNet,
he watched my video. Dude, Colin watched my video. I knew it.
It's at its best, when we challenge ourselves and say, let's go solve for the problems and innovate. And it's risky, it's a challenging thing to do. We could trip and fall flat on our face by trying to invent new ideas and then wrap our game around those. But I don't think game genres move forward unless people are willing to do that. And so we are going to fearlessly charge forward and try a bunch of new ideas. And we really hope people love them, and we're going to find out over the next couple of years.
I fully agree. Now I want to go back to that, the no subscription model point. But first, we actually have some exclusive artwork that came through. If we can pull that up, and if you can just kind of walk us through what's happening here.
It's actually not that exclusive.
So first off,
we've seen this piece as well, but this is the piece, guys.
One of our incredible concept artists who made this piece
it's
early
not
on in
exclusive.
development.
We saw this already.
This is really an inspiration piece going back to what are we trying to do with combat in this game. And you know, I mentioned earlier one of our goals is to take elements you would traditionally find more in action games and to try to figure out which of those can make their way into an MMO.
Look. And so you've got a character kind of sliding and dodging here, jumping up. Also, do want to point out, by the way, guys, this is an air wizard. By the way, guys, are you seeing this? This is clearly a ranger. This is a lightning wizard, right? Like they're doing like a lightning strike. And then, yeah, maybe like a thief or... Well, to be fair, it could be anything. I think this is just a player that's like fallen over.
And to try to figure out which of those can make their way into an MMO experience. We started from the very beginning having this game be playable both on a controller and mouse and keyboard, and challenged ourselves, can we make a combat system that feels awesome on both? Which is generally not the case for MMOs. They tend to start as mouse and keyboard and then get ported to a controller later. And a lot of the great inspirations that we could find are single player RPGs or multiplayer RPGs, but not MMOs so much in that space. Okay. And so this concept art piece really is aspirational for us. So this is the type of experience we want to chase after. Can we make more action combat in a way that you wouldn't have seen in an MMO before?
So going back to that subscription model, the first Guild Wars was notable for being, you know, one of the only, if not the only, MMOs out there that didn't require a subscription. You're continuing that with Guild Wars 3, and I wonder, how does that influence how you build and design the game?
It's a great question. I think you have to think about questions like that fundamentally from the very beginning as you construct your game, and I think we have a very long history at ArenaNet. Again, when you start with solving for player problems and making games for players first, it forces us to ask a lot of these questions. How do we make a game that players can play as much or as little as they want? I think there's a lot of challenges with the MMO space right now where there's a perception for players, and I'm sure many of you have felt this, of like, hey, somebody tries to tell you to go play this next great MMO, and your first reaction is, I don't have time for that. It's like a second job, and you have to basically give up a chunk of your life to engage with many MMOs. And I think
this is actually a very good point, by the way, when it comes to trying one. So what I actually think kind of what he's getting at here is that is if you want to try a game, it actually takes it's not just about casuals, guys. No. I think he's actually talking about something a bit more precise. He's talking about the good part starts late. That's what he's really getting at there. Like, he's saying, you don't have time to try this game because the game isn't actually fun until you've already invested a lot of time. I mean, that is tangentially about like making the game like less grindy. Obviously there will be like long-term progression, but he's actually making a more precise statement there. He's talking about the game gets good in 100 hours, which, to be fair, I think is actually a pain point that you could 100% say that about Guild Wars 2, in my opinion. Like, not as much as I would say as some of the other more egregious examples, but I honestly think you could. Let's be real, guys. The core game is a bit whack compared to the more modern Guild Wars 2 content. Like, let's not pretend otherwise. It is a very different experience. It's obvious. It's definitely true in retail WoW. It's obviously, I think it's infamously true in Final Fantasy, right? As well, is that, you know, you have to kind of make it through to an extent, like to get to some of the juice. It's very true of a lot of MMOs, I think.
That perception and solving for that perception is something that we've always wanted to continue to solve for at ArenaNet. We started it with no subscription fees. Our concept of horizontal progression, where you can play our game for a while, take a break, go play other games, that's okay. We don't have anything that's holding you hostage to keep playing, and then come back when you see something cool you want to play again. All of that inspiration and concept is being applied to Guild Wars 3 as well. And I think, you know, I will note, I think there's become a modern version of the subscription that we've seen evolve over the last few years, and even longer than that, in battle passes and paid battle passes.
True, actually!
It's basically a subscription
My
kind
king.
of hidden and wrapped with other stuff around it.
Yes,
and I
no
think we
battle
challenged
pass,
ourselves to
fuck
ask
that
the same
shit.
question. Can we make a game like this that doesn't have a subscription fee?
Oh my
and doesn't
God.
have a battle pass fee buried in it
Yes,
as well?
no
We think
battle
players are sick of
passes,
those
fuck
two.
battle
And
passes.
so this will be a game you can buy it. You can play it
Holy-
as much or as little as you want. We will respect our players' time.
Based
and if they
king.
love it, we'll have other stuff that they can buy from us.
Dude, look, he's actually, this is the most polite nuke of the entire game industry ever. What is this? What is going on here? This is the third nuke. This is the third nuke, guys. Colin is saying the games industry is dog shit in a very polite way. By the way, he's right.
The future, but we're not going to hold their time hostage, and we want them to be able to go play other games. And hopefully, I would highly recommend they should go check out Guild Wars 2 and Guild Wars 1.
True,
we just announced
actually.
this weekend that we're going to keep supporting those far into the future as well.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Love to hear that. I have so many questions, but unfortunately, that's all the time we have. So thank you so much to Colin for joining us here at IGN Live to talk
He's teasing us, but they had that hammer blow at the end. I like it.
all about Guild Wars 3. You can wishlist it now for Steam,
He misspoke.
PlayStation 5, and register at guildwars3.com for a chance to start playing as soon as the beta begins in fall 2027. We have so much more happening here around the summer of gaming, including interviews with the director of Control resident. So stay tuned.
Bro, talk to
IGN
Colin
Live.
for longer, IGN. You guys trolling? What is this? Well, there you go, I guess. Hype, hype, hype. That was the third nuke, guys. We just listened to the third nuke. Shout out to IGN there. I'm actually going to link that because I will not rip off their content completely shamelessly. I mean, to be fair, IGN hardly need my endorsement, but definitely go give them a like there, guys. That was a very good interview, I think. So give IGN a bit of a like, guys. Maybe subscribe. Colin is very likable. He's also a very good communicator. Yeah, like he did a very good job at SGF and did a very good job there, and also did a very good job in the studio updates. No sub. It's no sub, that's for sure. And no battle pass is also incredibly based. Nostradamus the Prime. I love when I wake up to nukes. I mean, we all do. And yeah, well, yeah, I do want to say, yeah, core Guild Wars 2 was very good on launch. But to be honest, I think in a weird way, like, the core game in Guild Wars 2 has kind of got worse over time. Like, mostly because of power creep. It brings me the joy of movement watching you. Thank you very much for the Deldrimor steel ingot. What's the thing for the interview? I will link it here. Core Guild Wars 2 was bare bones. It was, but it was actually amazing because like all the open world was actually kind of dangerous. Like the world bosses were really spicy, and the map completion was really good. Black and 665, thanks for the Prime. And honestly, stuff like dungeons, they're just a bit weird, honestly, with like the current power level of players. Well, the gem gold conversion fee, I mean, it really depends like how their monetization is going to work. It's not obvious. Like they've now ruled out battle passes, which is always good. I mean, sub fee was never going to happen, so it's going to be buy to play. Joy of movement. It's a bit, to be honest, it's a bit of a meme Guild Wars 2 buzz phrase, but it just means like you're probably going to be very mobile in the game. Didn't the game become a bit more casual? Players whining about it being too hard. That happened in HOT, yeah. And then again in End of Dragons. And no loot boxes. Look, Colin's saying stuff like, yeah, I don't like business practices in the current games industry, and then adding a loot box. Those two statements are incompatible. Like, I think loot boxes are very, very unlikely. You can't say, oh, I draw the line at battle passes and then have loot boxes which are like 10 times worse. Monster Hunter style gameplay, for sure, yeah. I think that kind of direction is what it sounds like. Very clearly talking about like looking at single player games or co-op games, which is kind of more of like a Monster Hunter thing, right? If Colin has 1 million guys, if Colin has 1 million fans, I am one of them. If Colin has 1,000 fans, then I am one of them. If Colin has 100 fans, then I am one of them. If Colin has 1 fan, then that is me. If Colin has no fans, that means I am no longer of this world. If the world is against Colin, I'm against the world. Don't fucking like, of course, Nitro immediately posts it about Solar. Are you serious, bro? If Solar has 1 million fans, then I am one of them. If Solar has 10 fans, then I am one of them. If Solar has 1 fan, then that is me. If Solar has no fans, that means I'm no longer on Earth. If the world is against Solar, then I am against the world. Hype, wait, another hype train incoming. Not a treasure train though this time, unlucky. Wait, how is there a hype train? Breakfast King, that is a good name. Actually starting the hype train, very nice. Guild Wars tier list when? Wait, you mean like dev tier list? Solo will be unveiled as game director for Guild Wars 3, just you watch? I don't think so. Solar. Think about it, guys. Imagine if they end up... Oh, you know, here's the bad news. I don't think we'll ever see the God Emperor in the Dune films. Because I think this is the last one being done by Denis, right? As a director. So that means I don't want to see any more after that. So we're basically quitting while we're ahead when it comes to Dune. So we will not have the God Emperor. That would be in the next film. Man, that would be weird. Okay, like that... Gonna be real with you guys. Like the Dune films, or rather the Dune books, it gets very strange very quickly. Okay. Less skills, quite possibly, yeah. It'll be again more action combat oriented, like combos, you know, like stuff like, you know, I don't know, like light attack, heavy attack, like jumping off terrain, and that like modifies your ability or something, right? Like that kind of thing. Wait, guys, what does this statement mean? If Colin owns all the chuds, I will own all the chuds. If Colin gets owned by the chuds, I will be a chud. What does that even mean? Do you see this yesterday? Wait, what do we got? Colin and Mr. Bean? I'm not sure I'm not sure I see it. Maybe like a little bit. Chud Wars 3. Yeah, I think combat will be... And look, I think combat will be its own thing entirely, to be honest with you guys. But, like, I think it will be, I guess, a little bit like New World. Daily reminder. This is a good daily reminder, actually. They have actually added Rockmora to Guild Wars 3. Imagine if LTG plays Guild Wars 3. Let's get LTG on tea time. Holy shit. LTG, friend of the podcast, LTG, guys. Dude, low tier god is so unbelievably interesting, because I don't know if you guys have ever heard LTG actually speak about something. He is unbelievably eloquent, but he's also like completely insane. I don't get it. To be honest, I don't like, why is he like that? Like, like I don't understand. The guy's fucking nuts. But like when he gets into like a good flow, you know, there's some real expressive language that's used. Like he's a very strange person, I'll tell you that. Unfortunately, he's not a good guy. I hate to say it, guys, but as much as LTG can be entertaining, he's kind of an asshole. Like there's, yeah. Drops it, yeah. Drops are Twitch only, guys. If you're watching on YouTube and you want the drops, you have to be on Twitch. I need to make an account on Twitch as well. I'm blocking projectiles. Boom. I'm CC'd. It's over. Summer Ant. Are there any summer ants here, guys? There'll be weapon switching. There will be a lot of build diversity. It's actually one of the few things they've actually alluded to, is that there will be many choices you can make with your character. You will hunt down skills. I did with the call up. Yep. We were on it. We were there like minute frame 1. We already listened to it. Good interview. Colin comes across very well. Man, why did Dude, you know what I'm thinking now? Guys, I hate to say this. What the fuck happened? Why did Colin leave? Look, you know that meme where it's like, you know, imagine if X happened and it shows like the futuristic landscape kind of thing? Meme? You know, guys know that meme? Like, holy fuck. Like, imagine if Colin had stayed at ArenaNet. Like, we'd be living in a different world right now. Colin is locked in. Like, he's back and he's locked in. There'll be no Saras.dll. Well, I'm hoping they actually do have a sensible policy that kind of handles that stuff, to be honest, Nitro, because, yeah, I do agree, actually. There's definitely an issue in Guild Wars 2 right now regarding DLLs. I do not want zero anti-cheat. Like, look, anti-cheat, you do need some kind of anti-cheat, that's for sure. Tsadok, that's the prime. Appreciate it. This is, wait. Did LTG actually say that, like, I would never in my life play that shit? That's actually really funny. Did he actually say that? That is pretty funny. If that's true. We get all of monuments? Yes, it's confirmed. It was LTG. He's... I don't even know how to describe it. He's a legendary fighting games player, but he's not really legendary for the right reasons. Oh, I think Abarak61 is just trolling. That's okay, though. Or maybe he is. Maybe he isn't. I don't know. Yeah, Low Tier God is the full name. He's known for, I guess, one particular clip, one particular chat interaction. Now. Keep yourself safe and stand ready. Stand ready, chat. Chat, do you stand ready for Guild Wars 3? Dude, wait. What is this meme? Wait. What is this meme on the Guild Wars 2 server right now? Expectation versus reality of CM content. How new players think CMs are played. How CMs are... Wait. Is this a... Wait. Is this Ceres DLL? I don't think people are getting this, actually. I think people think it's just like brain AFK. But isn't this talking about Ceres.dll? Well, I want to know if this is intentional. Like, what... Does this guy know? I'm just wondering if this is like a meme post. This is a Noah? Like, why is this so heavily upvoted? This is a crazy, crazy post. For those who aren't aware, guys, there is basically a cheat that auto plays your rotation for you and auto plays the game. So it will do your rotation and even automatically dodge certain mechanics on a boss fight. Specifically Ceres, that's why it's called Ceres.dll. And it's, you put it like this, it is surprisingly widespread. I'll say that. Yeah. WoW invented that? I mean, I'm sure there are similar cheats in WoW as well, yeah. To do any rotation? It can. I think they've programmed it to basically do any rotation. And not just, I think the first one that got showed off was Virtuoso, because you just play as like the leech DPS role on Ceres, but I think it can do every class. You don't play the game you're playing, so it's very logical. I mean, look, it's, yeah, I mean, people cheat. It is what it is. Like that does happen. When's the tea time planned? It is in about 2 hours. I will probably basically go to the stream starting soon screen in about 2 hours time. And there'll be basically a 20-minute break while I kind of round people up and get the show going. And kind of reset my voice a bit. What do you think about Margonites being the secret 4th player we're racing Guild Wars 3? I think that's definitely not going to happen because time. Lara and Annie. It's not Lara and Annie. I would really like to speak to Annie as well, obviously, at some point. I think it's really good to talk to people who are kind of outside of the Guild Wars bubble. So who knows? Maybe we can make that happen at some point in the future. But no, it's going to be Lara, DEROIR, and SNEB. So that's what's cooking. Did we already watch the IGN video? Yes. Not gonna lie. Not really a lot, let's be real. But Colin comes across well, so win. What's the max number of people you would have a 1T time? 5. And 5 is too many, really. Like, I think 4 should be the maximum. I actually think 4 is, I'm actually not the biggest fan of having 4. I'd rather have 3 or 2. Guild Wars 3 immediately came to mind. Excited to watch you learn Guild Wars 3. I love your content. Hey, glad you're enjoying, yeah. I'm looking forward to it as well. Oh, you know, the one thing that was interesting there is that it basically open beta is confirmed to be fall. Now, look, I'll tell you what though. I wonder if that means they're going to do closed betas earlier next year. Surely, Copium, let me in, Colin. Let me in. Let me in. Who is Annie? I keep hearing the name. It's Annie Fuchsia. It's a very well-known, I guess, MMO streamer, like, but also very well, kind of focused on World of Warcraft, specifically for completionism. Has like every achievement in WoW, which is like a psychotic task, an inhuman task. Was it confirmed to open? I thought the announcer misspoke. Colin didn't correct it, so I'm assuming it actually is an open beta, yeah. The Guild 3 announcement is going to come back. I mean, hell yeah. Like, I think that's a lot of people are in the same boat as you. Hope you're getting banned for that. It's like, I think ArenaNet, if ArenaNet could confirm that you're using something like Sarah's DDLR, they would ban you, but it's just hard to catch people. Is every achievement in WoW more time consuming than Guild Wars 2? I don't even know, but I would assume yes, actually. Like, WoW has more content and has just been around longer. So probably, yeah. There's an ungodly amount of shit to do. There's a new interview. Yeah, we already listened to it. I don't really want to go over it more. I'll talk about it. I don't really want to watch it again, though, because, you know, it's IGN's video. I'm not going to, like, rebroadcast their stuff on my channel. What are you going to do with your millions from all the increased viewership? Honestly, probably try and do fun tournaments and help my friends. I saw this quote in your last video. The happiness of other... Yeah, I did. Okay, this was really weird. Yeah, someone actually made this comment. The happiest of other... Okay, check this out. This is a legit comment. The happiness of others upsets me. So I really wish you guys would stop acting like all of these things said in the video were good things to want for the future of Guild Wars. No, they're not sarcastic, actually. There are some people who are like that. And they're just weird. I don't know. It is what it is, guys. What time is tea time? Tea time is in 2 hours. You had to take a guess. What sort of viewership do you think you could pull with Guild Wars 3? It's actually very interesting to think about because the game will be much bigger than Guild Wars 2, and everyone will be looking at it. But on the other hand, the streaming scene will be much more competitive. In Guild Wars 2, I am a big fish in a very, very small pond. It actually, my skill as a streamer, or my talent, or how good I am, is honestly irrelevant. In Guild Wars 2, just being here is enough to get an insane amount of viewers, or basically like soak up all of the viewers. Like at the end of the day, like I'm under no illusion. I'm not delusional. You know, you can't just be fucking useless and say nothing, right? But when Guild Wars 3 comes around, the scene will be extremely competitive. You will have some of the most entertaining people in the world playing the game. And it is going to be much harder to actually compete with those people. Because again, you're going to be competing with some of the most entertaining people with the strongest and biggest communities in the world. What's a TEATIME? It's a podcast I run. Yeah, I've seen the IGN interview. It was good. So basically, I will obviously do my best. I will try to create exciting content. I will try to, you know, do a lot of collaboration stuff, maybe a little bit of leeching. Okay, we can leech our way to success, but we'll have to see how it goes. And obviously, like, I think that I'll probably draw a pretty large audience because, you know, I have a decent sized community, not like mega streamer level, but, you know, I think it's pretty clear, right? Like before the drops kicked in, and before any of like the stuff happened, I had like actually 12,000 people watching my stream for the Guild Wars 3 announcement. So I do think I'll have a decent platform to go, right? To go from. I'm certainly expecting to get into the five-figure viewership around Guild Wars 3 launch. And obviously I'll try and hype it up, right? I'll do pre-streams, right? We'll, you know, I'll try to make myself known and be present, like a lot of YouTube content and all that kind of stuff. So I'll do my best to compete. But again, you know, I don't want to be arrogant about it. You know, I think I'm decently entertaining. I hope so anyway. Hope you guys, hope you're not bored when you're watching my stream or you're just like waiting for something interesting to happen and I happen to be here. But yeah, there are some amazing streamers out there and they're going to be here as well. And I'll have to do my best to compete for your attention. So, oh, we're actually coming back. Nice. Are you not entertained? Exactly. My message will never be read again. I mean, like, even if I have like giga chat, I will try to read the stream. I will try to read. Influx of players won't be a problem. Oh yeah, I think regardless, I'm gonna have like a massive viewership bump. It just depends like how competitive I'll be able to be in this space. How long will I be streaming today? Probably not super long. So I'm running a podcast that will be probably about 2.5 hours in 2 hours from now. And then I'll stream a little bit after that as well. Probably maybe another 3 hours. So I think I'll probably stream for a total of 8 to 10 hours today. I don't want to go too crazy because I don't want to mess up my voice any more than it already is. And I also don't want to completely just destroy myself because I do need to actually pack for a trip to Canada next week. So I want to be prepared for that so I can have a stress-free journey, basically. I don't want to have to be like rushing around because that's just not a lot of fun. Will you try to establish some kind of community in Guild Wars 3? I'll try and do it before Guild Wars 3 even. I'll have to see if I need to rename it or something. Maybe we can come up with a better name or a name for a new era. The Cabal shall rise. The Cabal shall rise. Tuning in for 1 week max. Should be only big one with a less than a month. I mean, maybe. I think it could be a little bit longer than that if the game is actually really good. I think, you know, or at least it could, you know, it could be part of the schedule for a couple of months. I think it's potential if the game is actually very strong. But yeah, we'll see. Where's next? Mold Wars? I mean, there's so many things I have to do. I'll do my best. I'll become part of fungus. It was so scuffed. It was scuffed in a good way, though. Do you think Guild Wars 3 will have a sharing service? I don't know. Like, I know it is a pain point for players because obviously ping sucks. And it might be a really major pain point because an action game with latency does not sound good. I'll say that, but it remains to be seen. Any chance you will fully move on to playing Guild Wars 3 instead of Guild Wars 2 on streams? I mean, I'll probably play all three. Well, going back and fixing up stuff from the previous expansions, I think it will work well because Hall of Monuments will carry it. Like, my read on them wanting to fix the game and eliminate some of the tech debt, they've probably just never had a good opportunity to do this, right? Because Guild Wars 2 has to be the breadwinner. It has to be earning for the studio. So they can't just stop working on the game for a year. That's just not realistic. But basically, this is going to be the first payoff of Guild Wars 3 for ArenaNet. Because basically, Guild Wars 3 is going to carry Guild Wars 2 so they can fix Guild Wars 2, or at least fix a good amount of it. You guys know what I'm saying, though? Or know what I mean? They can't do that if there's no Guild Wars 3. Guild Wars 3 is needed for them in this context. Or rather, not needed, but Guild Wars 3 is giving them this breathing room because the game can be kind of like scuffed and just release like some basic content, and Hall of Monuments will just make it engaging. Just like Season of the Dragons, right? Season of the Dragons was basically slop. But it was actually one of the most active and exciting times to play the game, even though there was literally zero content. It was like a year-long content drought. So it will work out fine. Like the game will just be carried by 3 pretty much, and Hall of Monuments. And honestly, Hall of Monuments is going to be better than expected, even, right? Because they're actually going back to polish up some of the old content at the same time, and adding some ore, a new ore map. Add dungeons to the fractals. I mean, they did that with raids and strikes, so I could see them kind of the thing is, it's very, you can't really merge dungeons and fractals really because they're very fundamentally different. Like dungeons in this game are not the same as fractals. It's kind of difficult. All the rewards won't directly transfer from 1 to 3. The light coat is still super cute. I mean, who knows? Maybe it will, or at least in some way. It's not. They haven't really given us details on that. I hope Holman Guild Wars 2 is an actual instance map for Guild Wars 3. I mean, oh, I see what you mean. That's a good, yeah, I mean, maybe they will do that. Will they fix the meta events in Path of Fire? I think almost certainly, right? Like that sounds like very much their intention. Will they find a way to unite EU and USA servers in a way? I'm not. The issue with that is I don't think that's really possible because what that would mean is, like, you can do this, by the way. There's a bunch of RTS games that do this. For example, if you queue in, like, on StarCraft 2 or Warcraft 3, it will go, okay, it will try to pick the best server, basically. You know, depending which ones are available and, like, who's closest to which, basically. But all that's really doing is saying your character is not attached to one server. It just picks the one that makes the most sense with everyone else in the lobby. Like, they could do something like that, but that doesn't... All that means is that you, as an EU player, will sometimes play with ping. If they want you to be able to do that, they should just make it like Guild Wars 2, so you can basically transfer at will. Because that's what Guild Wars 1 has. Guild Wars 1 basically is you can just connect to any server you want dynamically in the game. Like, a lot of other games don't allow you to do that, right? You have to, like, you know, pay to transfer or, like, make another account. So they can do that and have, like, dynamic transfers, but you're not really going to have this idea of, like, EU and NA players playing together because that's just not what's happening under the hood. Like, you're connecting to a different server cluster. Boom. Our HP is not moving. We missed an amazing Planix call. What was the Planix call? Cartoony case for younger people, though. I mean, honestly, not necessarily. Like, WoW has, you know, pretty, I guess, mature audience, and it definitely leans into that cartoon style very effectively. And we'll have to see what the art style actually ends up looking like, guys. Like, bear in mind, we've seen concept art, which looks very Guild Wars 2-like. People are conveniently ignoring that, I think. It's very much within the art style of Guild Wars 2. The actual in-game art style, like, again, like, the game's like 2 years away from release. It won't be fully fleshed out yet, or like as polished as it will end up being. So we'll see. Coldog and IGN, yeah, great interview. He comes off very well. Zaitan fight? Xanthine fight is going to be pretty high tier, I think. Well, it better be. They've hyped this up now. Spam ask if there's any PvP. They will not answer that question. I would be pretty surprised if they did. Ah! They will rework the tunnel. Maybe they will. And he has some Mordramoth, Balthazar strike missions. I mean, it would be good. But if I could see them doing that, but it probably wouldn't be they wouldn't do CM, right? It would just be normal mode. I have a lot of friends say they think that Guild Wars 2 looks outdated. A modern high graphics option would be truly refreshing. Yeah, it's weird actually. I get that comment quite a lot. I feel like it might be the UI more than the actual game itself. But yeah, I mean, I guess I get that. Like, because I also do hear that comment surprisingly frequently. Even though, you know, I guess it's because I just play the game a lot, so. You know, for me, like the game looks good. I like how it looks, but I guess from an outside perspective, it's a bit different. Need to ask about PvE. So yeah, we do, but I'm gonna be look, guys. I don't want to get your hopes up, right? Like, I think the probability they really talk about kind of like end game, you know, gameplay loop stuff is relatively unlikely. Like, probably not for at least another 6 months to a year, even. Have you seen the IGN video? Yes, it's good. Terrible graphics years later because they have to support aging consoles. I mean, judging by what they've shown, it looks like to be definitely one of the stronger MMOs graphically. Like, maybe even like the strongest. So I think it'll be fine. WoW exists and competes. I really think Guild Wars outdated. Well, the weird thing is that I think retail WoW, if someone told me retail WoW looks more modern than Guild Wars 2, I would understand. Obviously not classic, but retail, I would understand. Like, the aesthetic of retail WoW is very polished. It's very, very polished, actually. They put a lot of effort. Like, the art team in retail are very fucking sweaty. And even though the game is old and doesn't really operate at a mega high level of fidelity, the way they pull it off does look very, it looks very fresh. But yeah, obviously not in Classic. Classic is a different situation. Did I watch the IGN interview? I did, yes. Yeah, and I do look, you know, I really think that Guild Wars 1 aged well. I think that Guild Wars, look, and I'll even say this about RuneScape. I love how RuneScape looks. I get it, right? It's not everyone's cup of tea. It's obviously very, you know, it's relatively low poly. But I think it looks so good. I love how RuneScape looks. And Classic WoW and Guild Wars 1. Yeah, OSRS, yeah. People think WoW right now is what the game used to look like. They spent years updating the art style of every object in WoW. I mean, yeah, it looks pretty good. I actually might quickly take a break, guys. I want to kind of relax my... Oh, that's not good. I think I can maybe escape here, but I basically have no hope of actually... I'm a healer, guys. It's not looking good. Need to remove the condies. No, there's another guy. It's not looking great. It's over. It's 4 guys. Unlucky. You hate to see it. Key for EB? I don't think I'm going to key for EB. If I had renewed focus, I would be able to get away there, I think, actually. Like, the second Radiant Courage would have been enough. Is Arc DPS legit? Yeah, you're allowed to use Arc DPS. It is allowed. Very excited to see actual in-game models for Guild Wars 3. I think we saw in-engine stuff, so it's probably going to look pretty similar to what we've actually seen. I think that's good. Are we getting the skills from Guild Wars 1 or only some? Will empathy still be OP? It will be completely different. There might be some skill name overlaps, but with some like themes, but it will be very different with how the game works. And I hope they do have a DPS meter built in as well, yeah. Or like some kind of combat API, for sure. But yeah, skill catcher will be good. But look, it's funny how people focus in on these things. Like, people always ignore the thing. Guys, they said the game is going to be completely different to basically anything else that exists right now, and especially Guild Wars 1 and 2. Like, don't project your ideas of what you think it's going to be based on 1 and 2. You really, really, really shouldn't do that. Like, that is a... They have literally told you to not do that. Like, I would... Do not do that. I do need to make that video. I need to make that video to save people from themselves. Guild Wars 3 is not going to be Guild Wars 2, guys. Very, very important. I'm saying that on the forums, they don't listen. Yeah, not good. There won't be AFK farming. Yeah, I love AFK farming. Right, I'm going to quickly take a break, guys. I'm going to get another cup of tea and rest my voice a little bit, so I'm not completely mute by the time of the podcast. I will be back in a moment. Let's see, where should I AFK? I'm going to AFK in EOD. I mean, I'm going to go to the Rock, actually. Let's go to the Rock. Yes, I would strongly advise against any headcanon, guys. Do not headcanon Guild Wars 3. Big mistake. What do you reckon the chances are of Oceanic servers? It's not inconceivable. What I would do is that when the discussion really starts about the game, like definitely offer that feedback. But I think Oceanic servers are difficult to maintain, to be honest. Wait, watch this clip. I wish it was a Guild Wars 2 expansion. I mean, look, I guess the good news is, in a way, it was. There's an expansion for Guild Wars 2 probably coming in 2028. Wait, what is this?
We lose.
Clem states his opinion on the state of I'm actually going to watch this because this could be really funny. Trigger warning French.
Okay, on the other side of it, it's way too expensive. Every tech unit is going to melt. Clem is going to drop the mass nuke on top of the army. That feels like a little bit of a BM nuke situation. As,
It's a little brutal. That was the cleansing nuke there, guys. I was expecting a crash out there because look, those who know, guys, StarCraft 2, Clem is known to leave without saying GG sometimes. Like, he is known to do a little rage quit, guys. I've seen it happen. I've been there. It's very funny when it happens. Okay. Can we watch the Agent review? Yes, you can. Go back in my VOD and check it. I've already watched it. We were way ahead of the curve. We watched it like frame 1 within 2 minutes of it being uploaded. So yeah, watch my VOD if you want to see me go over that article. You can do that or don't. And in fact, you can do it now because I'm about to take a break for about 10 minutes. Yes, I have seen the interview, guys. Like, we are ahead of the curve here. Chat, tell all these viewers my opinion. You can help them out. Right, I'm back. You behave yourselves, guys? Oh. No scattering. No. Scattering is not allowed. Gather, in fact. The goose is in chat. Remember, guys, we got tea time in what? About hour and 40 with the goose, Lara, and DEROIR Gaming. And it feels damn good. Do you watch it on stream? Yeah, we watched the interview. It's good. I will probably not watch it again because, I mean, that's just how it is. I don't want to overdo it, but it was a good interview. Not too much new info, but a good interview nonetheless. And again, just some good comms. Turn up your graphics. I mean, no. The graphics are actually basically maxed out. It's just that this is one of the spots that I am familiar with in EOD, and it's unusual because for some reason this rock is incredibly low resolution. Like, I don't know what happened here, but the texturing on this particular rock is, there's just not a lot of pixels going on here. It's, you know, everywhere else is fine. It's just this particular area is just a bit weird. What if they change it? Yeah, exactly. What if they, one of the patch notes is increased resolution of the rock. And we'd all know what they mean if they did that. What about the other very tall rock? Wait, this one maybe? Will there be dragons in Guild Wars 3? Probably not, no. Let's see some combat, let's go. I mean, we can definitely do some combat. I'm gonna do this jumping puzzle first though. What's your opinion on the Riot MMO? It's actually pretty positive. I really like that they scrapped the game because that says to me that they're actually looking to make something a bit more interesting. Like if they were okay to just like, pump out some generic, kind of fairly uninspired slop, that would be pretty disappointing. But the fact that they actually said, yeah, you know what, we want to make something pretty cool, pretty new. So we're going back to the drawing board. I think that's actually a very positive sign. I think that the game has some potential.
Get yourself ready for round 2. Theater blades won't hold back.
What does it mean, the decade of Guild Wars? Well, it's basically a reference to a comment that was made in the studio update where Grouch was talking about, oh yeah, we're going to be developing the game for the next 15 years. I'm paraphrasing there, but that was the statement was not ambiguous. It was like, yeah, you know, here come the next 15 years of Guild Wars 2.
Hey, have any particularly masterful combinations to show off?
Last Rising, but I doubt it. Yeah, no, I think they'll take it in a different direction. I think it's pretty clear they want to make it very gods focused, at least for the start, right? And honestly, maybe also a little bit more political and grounded in a way, from the beginning. That they're talking a lot about the conflict between these various guilds. I think in that interview, right, in the IGN interview, didn't Colin say it's just before the first guild war? So I think they're really setting up this idea that there's going to be a lot of tension between these different factions that are kind of milling around at the time. Politics, you say, discourse. You know what? We have not had we haven't had Drops viewers acting up. All the Drops viewers have been very well behaved. Bit of a retcon, but because the first Guild War was between Kryta and Ascalon. Oh, well, I mean, unlucky, I guess. The ASCII penis. I mean, honestly, look, I was thinking about this after the stream, and isn't that, in a way, wasn't that kind of a beautiful moment Because when I was looking through those unban requests, the guy basically said, I was so excited and hyped, I just copy pasted, like, I just went for it. Like, I just started copy pasting everything, right? You know, in a way, I think isn't that kind of what it's all about? You know, it was like, they weren't doing it like maliciously. It was like, I was so fucking excited about Guild Wars 3. I saw like a random ASCII cock and started spamming it, right? Like, I don't know, like that's, I don't think that's bad in a way, you know? Like I mean, yeah, it's a little inappropriate. You shouldn't do it, but I don't, like, their heart's in the right place, right? Like, you know, they're not, yeah, they've got the right idea in a way. Yeah. It is endearing. Yeah, it is endearing. They were just caught up in the excitement. Wait, let me go check. Let me see if there are any more like unban requests. If anyone else wants to be freed. I'm checking it. Hold on. Oh, there are no unban requests right now. I think we basically, I think we did free basically everyone though, to be fair. During the year of polish, isn't it time to make Commander Tug free for everyone? I don't think they would do Commander Tug free for everyone, but it would be a very golden opportunity to basically make ready check, or rather, yeah, make the tag baseline, but not the public part. That would be huge. Free bricks and minifigs? Well, I think it's the opposite. Isn't it jail bricks and minifigs? What's going on? I mean, look, it's a little bit of content, Silvermoon. I need to be unbanned. Also, wait, Darkbringer is renamed to Darkbringer GW3. That's huge. Also, Darkbringer, just so you know, bro, if the UI is bad in 3, I'm removing your VIP. Just so you know. So it better be good. I don't think we're really going to be able to fight this group at all. This is not looking good. Maybe remove it now if it's good, give it back. I mean, look, I can't take it away. Naturally, it'll have a bad UI. I mean, look, surely ArenaNet will buck the trend and make a UI that's good on both platforms. What even is this? Is it, this is like a snake cock. Char will be in Guild Wars 3. I mean, Char will be in Guild Wars 3 in some form probably, but maybe just not as a playable race. The Guild Wars mobile UI? I mean, maybe they will. What, are you trying to players? Yeah, it's like world PvP we're in right now. Hesitate doing cosmetics? Yeah, I think there's a reason why they went for like very kind of humanoid-y races. Very easier to develop for. Wear Chara's hats? I mean, maybe. This is a long time ago. How do you feel about hairy Azura? I mean, I'm not going to go for an Azura, but some people probably will. How degen are you planning on going to release? Probably 60 nowadays. I think I will try to actually be a bit more measured because I'm going to have to sustain it long term. But yeah, the goal will probably be like 16 hours on, 8 hours off, and just do that for at least the first week. Wouldn't most of the player base just move from Guild Wars 2 to 3 when Guild Wars 3 launches? No. Just like most of the player base moved from Guild Wars 1 to 2? No, because that happened because Guild Wars 1 was like shut down. Like they killed it. It became a dead game. They aren't making Guild Wars 2 a dead game. Now, will the population of 2 drop when 3 launches? Yeah, probably. But they're not gonna kill the game. They're gonna keep developing it. So there'll be like an ebb and a flow. I actually think long term, the games might end up kind of working synergistically and increasing each other's population. Kind of, again, like similar to World of Warcraft. Like classic WoW and retail don't really cannibalize their player bases, right? They both have individual player bases because they're different games that, you know, serve a different audience. I'm going to go full degen. Indeed. I will also be full degen. I think modern games focus too much on story and forget about the joy of movement. I mean, well, Colin seems to think so. If they're good, they make a good release schedule where you get 2 months in and 2 months in content too. Yeah, exactly, yeah. How will Guild 3 be different? I mean, that's the fun part. We don't exactly know yet. When Guild 3 has no content, I go back to the Guild 2 content. Exactly, yeah. You just rotate. It's exactly how WoW works. You seen the new IGN interview with Colin? Yeah, it's a good interview. Not much super new info, but... Well, not any really, but it was a good interview. Colin came across well. If you had to guess about the new Hall of Monuments, what should players who don't have much progress yet focus on before Guild Wars 3? PvE, PvP also, and what to focus on PvE? Probably like a lot of legendary stuff and like getting all the unlocks, like legendary runes, legendary sigil, legendary armor, legendary weapons. Probably like achievement points, like actually finishing and playing through all of the content, right? It's like playing through all of the game. Probably stuff like clearing the raids, clearing the dungeons, clearing the challenge modes, clearing fractals, playing a certain number of PvP games, probably getting a certain PvP rank, getting a certain world versus world rank, unlocking world versus world legendary armor, unlocking infusions, probably getting a certain rank in world versus world, right? Like that kind of thing. Yes, skin collections, right? Like collecting skins, collecting cosmetics, all this stuff. Everything. Basically in Tiger, I mean, yeah, that's kind of what they do with Guild Wars 1 though, right? Like, it's going to be similar to Guild Wars 1 Home, which was just, you know, play the game. Infallible Home is mental. I mean, why not? Like, it doesn't have to, you know, be like a mandatory point. In fact, there won't be. Like, it will be flexible, right? You won't have to do everything, or you'll probably be able to do it like only by playing PvE. Maybe not entirely by playing PvP in World versus World, but you'll be able to max it out with only PvE for sure, and probably only casual PvE. Did I miss tea time? No, tea time is in an hour and a half. And Valve would not be a part of it. Yeah, I mean, I think that is definitely a bit of a stretch, but maybe some challenge mode rating. Maybe not LCM, but challenge modes I could see. NU info? Not really, no. Kind of cool interview. You could argue that maybe a snippet of info is that the beta is an open beta in 2027. So that means maybe there's going to be a closed beta before then. Wait, is this actually Force and reacting?
Okay. I'm interested.
Wait.
I hope they did what they did with Guild Wars 2, that you can jump straight into max level if you only want to PvP with it.
There you go, dude.
Oh,
guys, Forsen is in.
Here and live online.
Forsen is in. Well, look, ArenaNet might have to reconsider their policy on Gachimuchi. Dude, I don't know why this always happens. Keeps forgetting, like, what monitor I want it to go on. Weird. The big streamers playing on release might not be good. I mean, it will be pretty hype. I mean, like, ArenaNet won't do, like, server, like, login queues and stuff. It will be, you know, sharded. I don't think it'll be an issue. Don't ban players for sharing exploits. Look, I gotta say, ArenaNet was base for doing that. Okay. Look, guys, it is. I actually think that giving special treatment to streamers is not good. I think it's actually really not good. Wait. I think this is weird actually. I think this happened in PoE and Chris Wilson responded to it and his response was good as well at the same time. Or maybe he was commenting on it happening in another game. But no, you shouldn't do this. Like, you shouldn't give special privileges to streamers. If you cheat, you should get banned. Or like if you exploit, yeah, you should, yeah, don't do that. Massive server problems. They had a special streamer queue for server. It was big drama. Yeah, I think, and you know, kind of rightfully so. That's kind of bullshit, right? I seem to recall a video where Chris did talk about it and just kind of owned it. Streamers didn't know. Well, yeah, it's not the streamer's fault. Like, if the streamers didn't know, then, well, I mean, yeah, it's not the streamer's fault. I'm not flaming the streamers. Mystic Voice, thanks to the Prime. It's in the IG interview with Colin? Yes. Yeah. Do most people here know you hacked live on stream in ERP? It was in ERP 3. I did hack on in ERP 3. I'm actually surprised ArenaNet didn't ban me for that. If I had to guess, I don't know ArenaNet's thought process there, but it honestly might have been a bit of a marketing decision to not do that. Because one, I wasn't malicious, and two, it probably would have been a bad look for them and like very inconvenient, right? Because it was a very successful community event that everyone loved and everyone really enjoyed. So if you then ban the guy who did it, that, yeah, it's a bit rough, isn't it? Yeah. And that is true. That is also true, by the way. We did kind of think about this a little bit. I didn't hack on any of my accounts. We used accounts that were actually unrelated to me because we did kind of think about this. Wait, XQC got permabanned?
This is like guarantee you comfort or even your safety. But if you yearn for horizons unexplored,
Wait, actually, it might be.
for fellowship and purpose, for a cause worth dying
He says so at the
for.
end?
The studio head at ArenaNet, and I want to thank you for watching the exclusive first look at our upcoming game.
I got banned for duping.
The time is right
What?
for the...
He got banned for duping, bro. Like, look, that's based ArenaNet. Okay, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I mean, there you go, I guess. Another one, guys. Crib and XQC, apparently. Remember the teams tried to force you to allowing 10 mans or just not being babies about it? That is true, actually. Dude, that was actually that was a giga black pill moment for me. Because yeah, basically the team's like, yeah. They basically didn't like that I was making them 9-man to make the tournament look better, basically. And like have a way better viewer experience, which by the way it was a way better viewer experience. And so they tried to say, oh, we just won't play we're not comfortable having someone using like teleport hack in the instance. You need to ask ArenaNet. And they basically called my bluff. They thought there was no way that I would straight up ask ArenaNet, can I do this? They thought very wrong. I actually DM'd Chris Cleary to talk about it, like on Twitter, like directly to talk to ArenaNet about this. Got a pretty like kind of answer, to be honest. It was like, ooh, yeah. And then basically, the reason I know they were calling my bluff is because I said, yeah, I didn't really get permission for that. They were like, oh, okay, never mind, we'll play anyway. So basically, they never cared, right? They didn't actually care about that. They just didn't like the rule that I made to make the tournament look better. And then they played anyway. So I guess I win. I don't know, maybe. But it was definitely annoying. Didn't know that many streamers play Guild Wars 2. Yes, this is, I mean, there's dozens of us. I suppose you wouldn't want to risk my shit. I mean, there's zero risk, like, whatsoever. Like, you're not gonna get banned for being in the same instance as someone using a camera hack. That's like saying, oh, you're gonna get banned for someone if someone else cheats in your PvP game. Is that bot message a typo or a meme? The Guild Wars 4 one, yes. The Guild Wars 3 one, no. The problem is how much cheating and win trading is allowed in PvP. The thing is, it doesn't have, look, it's a little bit too late to even bother fighting the good fight on this, but cheating and win trading is actually very uncommon in PvP. It does happen and that sucks, but it's way less common. I'm actually very familiar with this, by the way. Like, basically, I am the guy that people report win trading to, pretty much. Like, if people are win trading towards the end of the season, I will wake up to like 3 or 4 DMs, okay, of people saying, oh, this guy win traded, can you send this to ArenaNet? So I know exactly how much win trading happens in Guild Wars 2, and it's actually very minimal. The amount of actual games that are fully, as in people are actually, queuing into each other and win trading, it's actually very low per season. Doesn't mean it's not impactful, by the way, because it is impactful. Because obviously it can very heavily influence, let's say, top 3 on the leaderboard, which is really, really bad, and it should be punished. 100%. But people act like people are win trading your gold games. Nobody is win trading your gold games, guys. I can promise you that. And nobody is win trading your like fucking daily AT, right? It's not a thing. All right, Gizmo selling boosting. It's actually also relatively uncommon. It has happened, but it's nowhere near as common as certain individuals have kind of made it out to be. I think, people would assume that like half the gizmos that exist have been sold, but it's actually very uncommon again. It does happen, and anyone who does it should be immediately permabanned. I'd say like hardware, IP, whatever you can do, payment method banned, whatever. It's very hard to permaban people though, unfortunately. But yeah, it's like really bad to do it, but it's not as common as people think it is. Was the push exploit fixed? Probably not. I'm clearly plat or legendary skill. I cannot progress because I keep getting bad gold teammates. I can't get the wins I deserve. That is actually also true. Have I seen the interview? Yeah, good interview. Not really any new info, but very good comms. 4K views? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Woo yeah. Dark USA only slow down on trading. Well, I mean, look, obviously, yeah, like the really big scandal was the very regrettable Team USA incident, but look, those guys served their time. Their accounts got deleted. And I'm I'm so tempted to vague post here, guys, but I am gonna vague post, and those who know will know. Those who know, okay? Trust me, there are so many worse things that you can have in your game than win trading, and even gizmo selling. I'll just vague post and leave it at that, because I don't want to go there. I want to have fun today. Excited to go to counter or not really? Nah, I fucking hate SNEB. That guy sucks. Yeah, no, I think it's gonna be really fun. I'm actually really looking forward to it. That's gonna be good. Looking to meeting up with the gang. You know, I've never met Roy in person. Trig as well, awesomeness as well. You know, friend of the stream, awesomeness. Developer, node placer, it's gonna be a lot of fun. And yeah, you know, it's fun trip. Never been to Canada. Shout out to YouTube. Exclamation mark drops. But I do agree. Like, you know, PvP wasn't mentioned in the studio update, but I would really love it, and again, I hope we have something similar for Guild Wars 3 if there is some kind of PvP system in the game, or, you know, whatever the PvP is going to look like. Yeah, I want to see a very serious approach to moderation, and, you know, handling bad actors. Yeah, it's been a big issue with PvP, and continues to be so. Like, even though it's not like ruining every single game. Like, if there's a perception that cheating is allowed, nobody cares, and everyone disengages. Snebzor's family stream last night set the bar extremely high for all upcoming Guild Wars streams. You're saying, I mean, look, I'm taking my laptop. I will try to stream from Canada. Like, I'm not sure. We have a pretty busy itinerary, but I'll probably try and stream like a little bit every day, maybe, and kind of keep up with you guys. And obviously, we can have, you know, me and SNEB will probably kind of duo stream a little bit. We're gonna try and do a tea time. Darren's is there as well, of course, so we'll do like a Darren's tea time. Unfortunately, guys, and this definitely feels bad. But we can't speak to the devs, but it's fine. Yeah. I got responsibility of mighty balls when I got to the board. Hey, look, I'm going to be completely cards on the table here. We got no problem, but you can apologize for that or you're going to get permabanned. I think I'm not going to let... I've actually turned over a bit of a new leaf on this. I used to kind of let personal comments slide, but I've actually come to really dislike people making comments like that online. Even though I'm not personally particularly bothered by them. Like, if I lose my hair, so be it, right? You know, we'll be killing it with no hair at all. But actually, I recognize that I'm kind of part of an internet culture, and if I kind of tolerate behavior like this, it makes the internet a worse place. That's kind of where I'm at on that. So if you want, you can kind of apologize for making that comment, which is just, it's an unpleasant thing to say at the end of the day. Or I can permanently ban you, and either is fine by me. People say that about like every male streamer. Yeah, and look, you know, I'm gonna be real with you. It's definitely not a big insecurity of mine. Like, I think I've got some good genes for hair, but I just think it's like a really, really unkind comment to make. I didn't know you have a real bald spot. I don't. I have all my hair, as you can see there. If Theo ever shaved his head, I would do it in solidarity. Yeah. Content window. Yeah, it is the content window. Not if I social act. Hey, Fair. Let's move on. What's the perfect game to play besides Guild Wars 2? I mean, Guild Wars 1 maybe? Like, I don't know. Will there be horse in Guild Wars 3? No, it looks like you're riding like a mystical thing. Into the plunge and shave my head. I have to clean shave it every Friday. Ah, that's exciting. You can post on r/bold, perhaps. Going to Seattle while you're in Canada? Not while I'm in Canada, no. Will I end up in Seattle at some point? Pretty likely, I would say, over the coming years. I'm also very likely to be at Gamescom this year as well, guys. I think a lot of people are going. I think Lara was talking about going to Gamescom. Bloom was going to talk about going to Gamescom. DeRoir, I think, was going to Gamescom. Darren's is thinking about going to Gamescom. And a lot of others, like, you know, more than those, right? Like, I've been talking to a lot of streamers, right? And a lot of us are going to be going, guys. That would be actually loads of fun. Is something happening there? It's not confirmed yet, but I think people are really speculating that there might be some 3 stuff there, right? Is that in the States? It's in Cologne, Germany. I think it's the 26th of August through to the 30th. Cologne pub crawl. The last time I was there, guys, that happened, by the way. It was, okay, any of you guys know Sam Majesty? He basically took all the boys out on like a proper night of drinking, actually. It was very funny. After the meet and greet. I didn't take you for a drinker? Oh, no, I don't drink. I would be an observer, I guess. I think me and SNEB both don't drink. So we would just be, you know, spectators, bystanders. Does Darren's drink? I actually don't know, weirdly enough. I think he does, actually. I feel like I've been talking to Darren's while he's been drunk on Discord. So I think he does drink. I think he does drink. Change resource gathering from just nodes. Yeah. I'd love to see like a New World thing where you can like pick up every little rock, and you know you can gather water and you know chop trees and stuff and mine rocks and gather flowers. That was one of the best parts about New World. Like I'd love to see them have some stuff like that. Miss tea time? No, tea time is in about an hour. I'm probably gonna take another break in about kind of half an hour, 40 minutes. And there'll be a starting soon screen for tea time for 20 minutes. Yeah, the fishing too. The fishing in New World is good as well. I know Jester quite liked the fishing. I haven't played Guild Wars 2 in quite a while. And that's not played Secrets of Obscure for more than like an hour. I haven't played Janthe Was and Soto. Don't know them. Are any of those 3 expansions particularly good, worth coming back to? If it matters, I main a Mesmer. So if you want to be like best in slot, max power level, you do want them all. Because they've got pretty important power level stuff. So you've got Weapon Mastery in Soto that basically lets you use any weapon from any elite spec, and spears in Janthe Wilds. So it's very important for combat. And obviously Visions of Eternity, the latest expansion, the elite specs are really, really OP. They're really strong. So if you value that, then you also do want that. The king, guys. The king is here. Plenga. I'll return. Enjoy. When is Plenga.shop? Wait, does he have enough Plenga points for Plenga.shop? Wait, is Plenix live? Dude, Cyril is live right now. This has been killing me, man. Like, Cyril, who is the best StarCraft 2 player, has been streaming, but I haven't been able to watch because I've been streaming drops. This sucks. Holy Trinity? No, not yet. I would assume not, though. A lot of New World players looking at Guild Wars 3 as a replacement MMO. I think a lot of MMO, you don't need to say New World players. I think a lot of players are looking. Big time. Is it, wait, just Lara or there's two? It's DEROIR, Lara, and the Goose. See, I'll see if I can get a bit of a list of every creator who thinks they're going to Gamescom. But it's a lot. It's definitely me, Lara, Bloom, Darren's. I think DEROIR was thinking of going as well. Who else would go? Who else would go to Gamescom? I think Fandral was thinking about it because I think he's actually pretty close. The Gamescom is like a couple of hours away, so I imagine he might go. You know, it actually sucks. It actually sucks so much, guys. I feel like there's... Where did all the Guild Wars 2 streamers go? This sucks, guys. I feel like there's so many of the old guard are just gone. This is why Guild Wars 3 is going to be based. It's going to bring all of the streamers back. Is Druid viable in PvP? It's viable, yes. Meta, no. If players meet you at Gamescom, is it possible to get a photo with you? Are you not into that? Yeah, we can do that. That's fine. I don't mind. We can do some selfie action, perhaps. Jabro. Well, I'm not sure if Jabro would come to Gamescom, because obviously Jabro lives in the States, right? But I think he goes to stuff like PAX. But who knows? Maybe he'd come to Europe as well. Come back to the old country, because of course he is a Brit like me. Any idea what's coming in Guild Wars 3? How the combat will be? Well, we know it's action combat, but yeah, we know very little right now. Ajax might come back. He was in the chat the other day. And I think Helseth is looking at it. Like Helseth might come back too. Is NG any good? Yeah. NG is really strong. MMO Inks? I don't think Inks will be there. I was thinking of starting to stream Guild Wars 2. Would you have any tips for a newbie? When you're streaming, you should, well, it depends what your end game is. If you just want to have fun and stream, maybe for your guild or for your friends, then just hit the go live button and go. But if when you say you want to start streaming, you're actually looking to cultivate an audience and cultivate a community, the question you've got to ask yourself is, why would someone watch my stream? What am I offering to the viewer and as an experience, right? Like, what am I doing that's interesting? Like, what am I doing that's different? Like, why do people need to be in my stream and not someone else's? Is DPS LA bad for World vs. World? No, it's actually like it's big damage actually as like an artillery piece. Hoping for a hybrid targeting system like we have in Guild Wars 2, an action cam for the controller. I'm worried that they have ditched the tab targeting, especially for a mouse and keyboard. I think will it have some kind of targeting? Probably. Will it be like Guild Wars 2? Probably less so. I think it will be very actiony, kind of New World-esque. I wish I was better at Wolves, but I fell off 2 years ago. Well, it's time to get back on the grind. New Borderland coming, huh? Do you think Guild Wars 3 will be a game you can play as much as you want without running out of content? No. There's no game that exists that can do that. But the question is, will it be kind of fun to... the question you've got to ask yourself there is, is it going to enable kind of emergent gameplay? So PvP, competitive play, content creation. Like, those are the things that make the game infinite. Like, there's no such thing as an infinite game. Like, no game can release enough content. But what you need is some kind of competitive infrastructure where the players themselves become the content. So something like World versus World, something like PvP, something like speedrunning, right? Like, does the game make sense from like a speedrun perspective? That kind of stuff is how you make your game really have longevity for like ultra power users. You can make the game like grindable, but your power users are gonna outgrind it, right? Like, there's no way. There is no game that can resist a power user. Like, even Blizzard can't do it. So you have to have like meta stuff, right? You have to have meta elements. Content creation, speedrunning, competitive infrastructure, like kind of esports in some sense. Like, that's how you keep your game going infinitely. What Guild Wars 2 content do you require, that require the most effort? Moda raids? The highest effort? The highest effort was Moda 1. That, I think, was some of the most soul-crushing shit I have ever done in my entire life for any reason, like IRL or online. Like, you guys don't, you have no idea how soul-crushing, like, doing Moda 1 was. It was worth it, but holy shit, it wasn't fun. It was because I basically had to develop this overlay system from scratch, and in a very, very scuffed way. Like, I was just in custom arenas in PvP for 4 to 5 hours a day, just resetting it over and over again to try to reverse engineer how Guild Wars 2 PvP works. And basically, I have like refined it a lot, and it's quite a bit better. I'm even actually making a new version of my software that runs the tournament, basically. I'm making a new version of it, but all of the grind is done, if that makes any sense, right? Like, so it's just kind of expanding it. Like, a lot of the really monotonous, like horrible shit is already done, and it will always be done. How does it work? Well, I mean, this is the example I always give, right? But the stuff that was annoying to reverse engineer and get to work properly is stuff like stillness. So you guys know the stillness buff, right? On Temple, you cap it and you get double points. But here's a fun fact. How long does it last? The wiki says it lasts for 25 ticks, okay? Or 50 seconds. That's not true. Because that's not actually how the game keeps time. The game keeps time by counting ticks that happen every 2 seconds. And, well, it turns out that you either get 22 procs of stillness or you get 23. And the really interesting thing is that if you get 22 or 23 depends on if you finish the channel within the first second of a 2-second tick window or in the back second of a 2-second tick window. And you will actually get slightly more or less points depending on which one of those things. Like, that's the kind of thing that was annoying to actually determine what was going on there. Because the thing is that actually, it is basically 50-50. It's like a 50-50 behavior. Ultimately, like, you're not going to be counting seconds when you're channeling this, obviously. So it was not obvious what was going on there. Also, there are some really unintuitive bugs with the timers. How'd you figure that out? I just tested it and tried different ideas to mirror the behavior. Do you reckon Guild Wars 3 is going to be open instance-based, or is it going to be full-fledged open world? Probably full-fledged open world. Don't you think speedrunning is detrimental to longevity? No, exactly the opposite. Like, having that type of content is like gold dust for your video game. Think about a game like Mario 64. Mario 64 will have eternal relevance because of an incredibly vibrant and successful speedrunning scene. And the same for esports, by the way. Someone was saying that, oh, if you do this, the game will be DOA. I completely disagree. Think about so-called dead games like Warcraft 3 and StarCraft 2. These games have been entirely sustained by having like a really, really good content creation scene and an esports scene, like keeping players engaged, like really dedicated players engaged. I think stuff like that is really, really good. Especially for power users. Like, power users can still enjoy StarCraft 2 and Warcraft 3 to this day, even though they're actually a little bit less dead than they used to be, right? But like, that's the kind of thing that's really good. And yeah, a lot of like speed games, for example, like even though they're long, long since like past development, right? They're still very active and people can still enjoy them and play them a lot, like because of the community like built around it. And actually, we have a fine specimen of this actually in B-Boy. If those who know, guys, like B-Boy is, is a pretty well-known Guild Wars 2 player, actually, specifically for playing Warrior, actually. Bladesworn is what he's known for, I'd say. But also, he's a world record level speedrunner of Kingdom Hearts, which is pretty hype, right? I'm still waiting, dude, for the game's done quick. We're waiting. We're waiting for it. Which Kingdom Hearts? Kingdom Hearts 3. Pushing esports usually doesn't work. No. I'm not saying. Whoa. I'm not saying you push esports, but okay, maybe I was slightly imprecise with my language. I'm not saying they should push esports. I'm saying that if the game has stuff where that sort of thing makes sense, it will have good longevity. Even basically, if you want your game to have longevity outside of content cycles, it needs to make sense in a speedrun context or an esports context. And you don't need that, by the way. Like, you don't need your game to make sense for power users to play basically infinitely. Like, what I'm saying is that someone's saying like, okay, do you think it will have enough content to be played indefinitely? My response to that is the only way you can make a game be playable indefinitely is have it make sense in an esports context and a speedrunning context. Like that, otherwise it's just not gonna work. You need a competitive mode. It can be PvE, it can be PvP, but if you don't have a competitive mode, your game will not have the same level of longevity for power users as another game that does have that. Modding is also something that also is very good for increasing longevity, but obviously it's less applicable in an MMO, obviously. But yeah, for games like StarCraft or indeed like a lot of the Bethesda games, modding is a huge part of longevity for those games. Seems as Guild Wars 3 has full French, German, and Spanish audio. Yep, I heard about that. That's good. Feels good, man. The best way they can do esports is give us the tools. Exactly, yeah. Let the community grow the scene organically rather than... Exactly, yeah. I don't think it's even desirable. In fact, me and Nike have talked about this a little bit. I don't think it's even desirable for the studio to come in and say, yeah, we're doing a 200 grand tournament. Because if you do a 200 grand tournament, that sets an expectation that someone like me can obviously never compete with. Like I can't do a 200 grand tournament for you guys, right? Like that's not on the cards. Not yet, unless. Any Oilers guys? Any Oilers in the chat? Is this projecting just in case that any devs are on the scene? I mean, no. I mean, obviously, like, I like that kind of stuff, so I will be vocal about, I want the game to have that type of system. I would love it if it has stuff that makes sense for speedrunning and competition. Like, I want competitive PvP. I want speedrunning in the game, obviously. I want race to world's first style stuff in the game. 1,000,000%. But, I mean, if they don't want to go that way, that's fine. Yeah, I would love stuff like hardcore mode obviously. Again, if that makes sense in the context of the game. I like hardcore, Iron Man, solo self-found. GV, well, actually, Mental, here's the thing, bro. I actually have started some conversations about doing the ultimate victory lap for Guild Wars 2. It will be next year. And we're thinking raid tournament, PvP tournament, GVG tournament, Beetle Racing tournament, all within a month. Maybe 2 months. So like maybe every one tournament every 2 weeks or even every week. And we just go full nuclear. Worlds are a prize pool of 1 million, but small tournaments still attract attention because of personality. It's a little bit different when you have like a really when you have a really successful esports scene already, though. Like, for example, if we have like a really strong community-driven esports scene, and then ArenaNet says, okay, we want to get involved and support that, that's very different than the other way around, if that makes any sense. Like, if they start and they headline, yeah, big, $10,000, $50,000 tournament before the grassroots scene has kind of found its space, that's a very different situation to it growing and then ArenaNet join in. Or the studio joins it, which I imagine is kind of what happened with League, right? Aren't Starcraft and Warcraft cut because of Blizzard's "we own what you make" policy? Well, yeah, they're a bit salty over Dota, but I don't think that really actually affects what people make that much. Yeah. I think power users end up making the experience so fast, developer can't keep up creating content. These people are bored in the meantime. I don't think so, though. Like, the power users fucking love that shit, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, power users are degenerates. They will play this shit forever. They should tackle that's literally what we're saying. Look, maybe I need to have like a formalized position on this, but yeah, that's literally my point, is that they shouldn't do it top down. It has to be bottom up. It must be bottom up. Top-down esports doesn't work. What we're doing about Guild Wars 3, we're gaming. Looking back into getting to Guild Wars 2, how is it supposed to get back in the game? I think pretty smooth, actually. Pretty smooth. And yeah, I will try and do a fashion contest. I might ask ArenaNet if we can get a title for fashion contest winners. You want a clean inventory? Nope. Top DD spots works well for things like Valorant. I mean, I'm sure maybe there are some exceptions, right? To be fair, like Riot Games might be the exception to that because they're Riot Games. Maybe, I think Blizzard could maybe get away with it as well. Because again, they're Blizzard, but certainly not for every game. As soon as you're in combat, your character moves slow. Apparently nobody ever noticed. I mean, to be fair, I'm pretty sure everybody noticed that. Did I watch IGN's interview? Yep, it was good. I enjoyed it. How long do you think it will take between the beta and the final version? Maybe like 6 months. Just a norm, 1987. Guys, wait. Oh, I have over 1337 subs. That's content. FGC community is the best. Yeah, they have a very good grassroots scene there. And look, like, if you think about it, the fighting games community have got like the worst situation possible. It's actually worse, isn't it? It's not only that Nintendo doesn't support them for stuff like Smash, like Nintendo like actively doesn't like it. Like that's crazy. Oh, dear, oh dear, oh dear. Dear, oh dear, oh dear. Oh, and he said you can PM. Oh yeah, I'll definitely do that. I'm not sure if now we can get that going. We can chat sometime. Might not be the best time now because we're about to do the podcast in 40 minutes, obviously, but can certainly get something set up. Perhaps could do tomorrow. Could go afterwards. I don't know how long Annie is planning on streaming, of course. But 100%, we can definitely get something set up. What's a good Roman class to pick up? Pretty new to the game. I think try Ritualist is really good. Wolf the OG. It's the prime. If you do GWG, I'm interested. Make sure. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, like we'll link up pretty soon, Mental. I'm gonna start planning this operation as part of Project 3. Pretty soon. I want to get it going. I actually got a really good comms actually the other day with someone who said they were willing to put 10 grand into projects like this. So the funding is potentially there. For Project 3 or Project DYB, whatever we end up calling it, but yeah. Annie for tea time? Yeah, well, I can get that set up at some point, for sure. You can buy a tea time. I mean, I will do that. Colin's interview? Yeah, I already watched it. Have you seen the Guild Wars 3 interview? Yes. Very good. Would it be better if you special the tournaments? You can line up with the home release schedules. I think I'd rather do like a massive... I think I'd rather have them close together. So, you know, it's kind of like a mega special event. If you know what I mean. I need to load up the stream. What's going on? If you could give its one content creator to give Guild Wars 2 a shot, who would it be? I think the answer to that is actually Hardstuck. I fucking love that guy. If I ever had an opportunity to interact with Hardstuck and play games with Hardstuck, yeah, 100%. I'm in. He is so fucking funny. Holy shit. And look, he played in the German OnlyFans. So who knows? Maybe there's some hope. Sauerkraut. Hardstuck. H-A-R-S-T-E-M. He's a StarCraft 2 content creator. Kind of some, you know, general RTS as well, I guess. This guy threw hell back. Who the fuck is that? Who is this? Wait, like, like, who is this? Who is this guy? Year of Hardstuck, exactly. He is content. Can we beat him with a make unit strat? I mean, he's very good. I actually think, not gonna lie, SNEB, I think maybe we could beat him 1v2, but he's obviously very good. He doesn't really, you know, he is still sweaty, but he doesn't, you know, he's not like pushing to play at pro level anymore, but he's still extremely good. But maybe we could 1v2 him. But yeah, I'd have no hope of beating him 1v1, that's for sure. No fucking way. Maybe if I somehow do like some kind of degenerate cheese and catch him off guard, but wouldn't be would be very difficult. Let me think. Let's see. Would there be anyone else who I'd because from my perspective, when the way I interpret that question, it's more like you're almost asking me like, is there anyone I would like to interact with that I watch as a content creator? Like, that's my interpretation of it anyway. I don't know. Do you guys think they're going to announce Guild Wars 4? No. Character classes. I actually really like Nike's theory that it will be based off, you know, the gods. I think that's a good call. I think that's a good call. Oof. Ooh. Let me think. Oh, dude, I got pulled. That does not feel good. Wait, actually, it might be Reservoir here. I might rally. I am. We rally. I am a rally. Let me see. What are the content creators? The weird thing is, I don't actually watch that many content creators like outside of this space. It's weird. I don't actually have time in a weird way to watch a lot of streams. And I just watch a lot of I watch a lot of WoW streamers, Guild Wars 2 streamers, and StarCraft 2 streamers. Parting? That would be the funniest shit ever. But who do you think would bring the most people? Unironically, I think Summit giving the game a go would be really beneficial from the game. Summit is the kind of guy who will stick with it. Yeah, or Tyler, actually. Yeah, Tyler would be big. Like, he's a guy who fucking commits. Like, he'll put the work in, right? You know, he'll do it. If he likes the game, he'll play it a lot. So yeah, someone like Tyler, Summit, I'd say, if he likes the game, would potentially be like really healthy, like long term. And I'll tell you what, actually, you know, kind of speak of the devil, right? Is Annie, for example. Like, I think Annie is going to be a consistent contributor to the Guild Wars 2 space, 100%. Is actually like basically the only streamer who did get sponsored who has been consistently playing, and you know, is enjoying the game, right? After the series of sponsors we had, right? So yeah, like I think people like that, kind of your Annies, your Tylers, Summit. Yeah, Crip actually. Yeah, unironically Crip. Because you know, I think if he actually got into the game and actually liked it, I could see him sticking around. Are there variety? Yeah, but I think they would give it, I think they'd see it through. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, sure. Like, they wouldn't play like forever, but they'd see it through. Out of the people we just mentioned, though, I think, Annie is definitely one of the most likely to actually consistently play the game, like long term. Because she's doing that right now with Guild Wars 2, right? Do we already do tea time? No, tea time is in about 30 minutes. I told the boys in 30 about Gamescom, Jester. Soto Twitch paid promotion still heard to this date, so they're some of the worst friends of the game today. I mean, look, the Jaffa Wilds one were pretty fucking rough as well. There's some rough stuff, guys. Yeah. Look, you know, I always don't want to relitigate this, but people are so mean about, like, Summit's time in... People are so mean about Summit's time in Guild Wars 2, and I'm not gonna lie, nobody even remembers it correctly or accounts it correctly. Like, Summit did not rage quit Guild Wars 2. Like, I'm gonna stick up for the guy, because honestly, people never do this. People never stick up for other people, but I will. This did not happen, guys. He did not rage quit. He was just under a bit of a misapprehension. He was like, Guild Wars 2, right? Chill game that I can get in here and, like, blast, play competitively for a couple of months, then fuck off. Obviously, that's not how Guild Wars 2 is, right? And, you know, it took a while. In fact, dude, it's my fault, by the way. He watched my combat system video, and he was like, what the fuck? Like, this game has got a lot more to it than I thought, right? And that just wasn't what he was looking for, right? Like, you know, he was looking for a more, yeah, I guess, in a way, like, casual experience, right? And that just wasn't what it was. I don't think he rage quit. Yeah. Top German streamers, average 6K. Is that Matashi? Yeah, yeah. I've had a couple of interactions with him actually, over the years. Like, he used to play Guild Wars 2. He got. I think it is very. Look, again, I don't want to relitigate this. I believe it is honestly pretty unfair to classify what happened with Summit as rage quitting, right? I do not view that as a fair characterization of how that went down. He tried the game, right? Like, put some hours into it and was like, okay, this is not really what I'm looking for. And also, by the way, guys, that's not a cardinal sin. Like, if you try a game and go, oh, this isn't really what I'm looking for right now, that's not a bad thing, right? Like, it's weird that it gets framed that way. I don't know. Like, I find that, like, come on, guys, come on. Let's be real here. Let's be serious. It's not bad. You know, I think he had some fun while he was here. A little bit of gaming here. Hope Pirate Summer doesn't play. Dude, I think the fucking dude. Would be pretty funny though. It would be content. He was getting paced in PvP. That is not true. By the way, okay? Yeah, he wasn't like winning every 1v1, but Summit was outperforming. Like, to be honest, he was better than the average player. I'll tell you that. Like, he was playing on NA, and I'm gonna be real with you, that's a bit shit as a new player because you're fucking queuing into like Naru and CJ, right? Which is, yeah, that's gonna be rough, right? But let's not pretend that he was like complete shit, right? Nagura? Yeah, I think Nagura played Guild Wars 2 a couple of times, I think. Yeah. I don't know. Like, I'm not the biggest fan of like this characterization that a lot of people have given with that interaction because it just feels so. I don't even know how to describe it. What's the word for this? Like, it's so uncharitable, I guess. Like, towards Summit's experience in the game. It's weird. I don't know. Like, people are super weird about it. Just be chill, guys. Guild Wars 3 has mentioned PlayStation, not Xbox. Yeah, I mean, I assume maybe not Xbox release. Again, I'm actually not much of a console Andy, so I don't know, like, how much of a big deal that is, to be honest. I don't know what's the market share, guys? What's the market share of Xbox versus PlayStation? Give me someone Google that for me. Grok? Oh yeah, Sony. Dude, I think Sony would be another one who actually would play the game long term, because he actually played a lot of Guild Wars, so he did get, like, I think distracted. What was it that like took him away? Was it Ashes or some other game that was like running some content, and a lot of the WoW guys who were playing like went off to go and do that? Oh, was it AOC and Aeon? Yeah, those guys like went off to do that. But actually, I think that they actually really like the game. I could see them playing Guild Wars long term. Yeah, like Sony was really liking it. Yeah, he'll definitely play Guild Wars 3, yeah, for sure. Let me join Tea Time, please. I want to talk Guild Wars. I mean, wait. Let me join Tea Time Nerd Slayer. I want to talk Guild Wars. Wait. Are you saying you're Nerd Slayer on an alt? Because, well, I mean, if you are, I definitely do want to talk to you, yeah. At some point. Because, yeah, I know that... Wait, yes? Well, I don't know if I'm getting memed or not. Is it actually you? Like, I don't like an old Twitch account, like... Because, yeah, But for sure, yeah. Check your DMs. Okay. Oh wait, it actually is. What? That's great. I mean, yeah, 100%, man. Yeah, let's get it set up. Yeah, 100%, dude. We can get it set up. Like, and look, if I'm gonna be pretty free for the next couple of days, as well. Like, if you want to just like link up and we can just like hop on a call and just chat some shit, like we can do that as well for sure. Yeah. Yeah, let's go. We'll get it sorted. Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah. Like, if you want to do some trolling, you got to release like Death of a Game, Guild Wars 2. Like, that will get people going. Let me tell you about that. That will be like Death of a Game, StarCraft 2 Round 2. Microsoft demands games to be on Series S and X is much weaker, so it would hold the game back. So probably couldn't be bothered to deal with that. Yeah, I'm not familiar with like the console ecosystem, guys, so it is what it is. Okay, guys, tea time's actually in 25 minutes, so I think I'm gonna take a quick break and kind of set up the call and all that kind of good stuff. And yeah, I mean, that is what we'll do. I'm gonna try to make the stream not crash. I'm gonna try a bit of a theory, guys. I think my stream has been crashing when I've been switching scene collections because I'm multi-streaming to YouTube. So what I'm gonna try is I'm gonna stop, this is for YouTube, guys. I'm gonna stop the stream on YouTube and restart it immediately afterwards. So YouTube, the stream will be back because I have a suspicion that that's what's been causing it. Because when I've been doing a tea time, my stream, OBS crashes, right? Whenever I swap back to my regular scene collection, and obviously that's just not good. I mean, that isn't good. Okay, but I will try to make it not do that. Oh wait, what is this? Oh shit, dude, Nike's actually sent me a diagram. Let's check this out. We'll do this right before I go for the break. Ooh, okay, so this is his vision of the class system. So basically, you can pick like blessings from each of the gods. Okay, first tier blessings are general, like 5% damage with melee weapons for Balthazar, 10% outgoing healer with Duena. Second tier blessings allow you to specialize your build more refined. For example, when you exploit a corpse, exploit it twice. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah. I mean, I think this kind of stuff is really cool. Yeah, exactly. It's like PoE. It's like an ARPG tree, but that's not a bad thing. That's kind of a good thing. This actually sounds like Giga RP, right? This would be kind of suggesting that it would be a classless approach, which again, I would be fine with. I would be fine with classless. In fact, I actually like classless. But I do, the idea of like build your own class out of different gods, isn't that sick, guys? You could like build your class out of all the different god blessings. Come on. No? And look, I know some people like, I know some people don't like classes, so I think, to be fair, classes might be a bit of a long shot, but it is a system that I liked it in New World, right? Like, I thought it was pretty cool. I do think it'd be pretty cool. And then third tier blessings are more transformational, since you only have points to reach one. They'll be more akin to an elite spec in Guild Wars 2. What flavor of servant of Balsar? Berserker or a Paragon? Exactly, right? And you can be like a different type of Necromancer, different type of Elementalist, or different type of, whatever servant of Dwayne you would be there. And then like you can like combine them together. Like imagine like combining 3 classes together. Holy shit, log in. That would, for me guys, that would be a login moment. Like that would be login. But I get that some people like to have like more defined classes, and I think that's fair as well. We do need login. We are going to need login Guild Wars 3. We are going to need login Guild Wars 3. Why would Paragon be Balthazar focused? Well, I think it was just like an example, right? Okay, guys, I am going to go to a quick break. And I'll be back in 20 minutes for tea time, guys, okay? That is what we are cooking. Also, wait, I tuned into Lara's stream, and I saw, what did I even see? Oh, it's a video, okay. Oh, I think it's the reaction video. Is Lara reacting to her own reaction? It's pretty based. The hell is going on here? Okay, right. I am going to try to not crash my OBS. I will now shut down the YouTube stream. Hang in there, YouTube. I'll be back.